think it's time we blow this scene. Get everybody and the stuff together. Okay, three, two, one, let's jam. Happy Friday, y'all. It's jam time. We're jamming. Down to Jam has officially started as of about an hour and a half ago. Outagon. All right, I've had time to gather my thoughts. The theme is gathering. Oh, Mo. Rhiannon Journey. Thank you for the sub. 7 months on a 7-month streak. That's incredible. Happy Friday. How are you doing? Someday I'm going to get on this jam preview page. Give it time. Excited to see what Covino comes up with. All right, so the theme is gathering. I guess it's time to write it out. To be fair, 1, I forgot to turn my lights on. 2, I think I know what I'm doing. You missed all the week, but you're here for the jam? Hell yeah. We didn't do much this week. I did a lot last night. For some reason, I decided to refactor this whole component type thing at like 11 o'clock last night when I should have been going to sleep. I haven't tested it. I don't know if I broke everything. I just committed it and went to bed. But that's fine. That's a problem for next week. Because, yeah, we're jamming. We're down to jam. I should have done something smart and put like a little embed that I could like leave up in the corner of my screen or something. But we don't prepare here. We do it live. All right, so we'll make a new obsidian vault. The pre-jam jitters. Yeah, exactly. I tried to take my time this time. Let's make a new vault. Call this down to jam number 2. Pick a valid folder. I see. Can you not make a... Oh, I need to pick a folder. Let's pick a folder then. How was your week though, Rhiannon? I almost spelled out down to jam with a T-O. I'm insane. All right. We got our obsidian vault. Call this the theme. Would you be able to get me to send your 10 favorite words as a voice clip later? Hell yeah. Definitely. All right, so the theme is gathering. Actually, I should probably make this, I should probably just title this Gathering. Theme. All right, so in my mind, this is too small. I think I need to change the settings. Wow. Make it as big as possible. There we go. So the theme is gathering. All right. In my mind, gathering has 2 interpretations. It has a noun. It has a sense. The first sense as a noun, an assembly, and it has a second sense of a verb, like to collect. To collect specifically Food. Plants or food. Plants. And food. Etc. I don't know if we are going to get any good out of the first sense of it being a noun, like a gathering of people. I don't see anything there. Rhiannon, work has been busy but good. Home life has been, knocks on wood, surprisingly uneventful, which has been nice. That sounds nice. All right, so we're going to go with the second sense of the word, of a verb, like to collect things. There's also a third sense that's like another noun, and it's like a collection, but to me, that's just the first sense again. So we're going to do the second sense because the verb is obviously, if you're making a video game, you should probably use the verb definition of the word. Yo, jam time. Good luck. Thank you, Smooth, in a second. Yeah. It's, we got about 70 hours. Should be fine. Good luck to anyone else participating in the jam. I guess I should rename this definition. Gathering. All right, so this is our definition. Let's make another note here. Call it like ideas. Split this. Split this, right? So that we can have the definition in mind. And then the first thing I like to do, I want to look at Aramis's jam list. It's like a list they made of like stuff to think about. It's Aramis's game jam tips, and I like to think about these. I find this helpful, especially early on. So like, these are the things we got to keep in mind as we're working on it. There we go. Are you taping the collective hive mind right now, or are you sharing your process? I already kind of think I know what we're going to do, but are you tapping the collective hive mind? I mean, we'll take ideas. That's the point, is to like just grab as many ideas as you can. I'm pretty sure I know what I want to do, but I'm interested. Someone else might have a better idea. Mail time 2, return to sender. All right, we're adding that to the list because that's funny. We're not doing it, but we'll say theme, gathering. We'll say so we've got a list of ideas here. Mail time 2, return to sender. That's a really good idea. The problem with that, more than likely, are the rules. The game that we made, or the jam that we made mail time for. That's not even its name. Mini delivery. The game that we made the jam we made mini delivery for was the solo dev jam, and that jam allowed it allowed for assets, pre-made assets. Oh, look at me. I'm in the list. I'm in the little stream list right at the end. We're doing it. Who's this? I know Covino. All right. The rules here are different. So we're doing ODA. which is short for one dev army. No, the emoji is what you should be remembering. I don't know why I named the emoji that, but it's good. So we're doing ODA. So if we were doing regular, we could probably reuse or also use pre-made assets. But we're doing ODA, so we're creating a game from scratch. It would be okay to use pre-existing like code. We'll probably use a font. I don't see myself writing a font in 3 days. We'll use our logo probably for at some point. We don't have any code because I still haven't made my Digital Iliad standardized code template. So we're making all the art, music, and sound effects from scratch. So this is going to be a bit different. I've read all the rest of these, so I'm not going to. Hey, Brainoid. Good luck. Good luck with the jam. We're throwing some ideas. Mandolin time? Yeah, we'll probably be recording. That's probably how we'll probably do Foley art for sound effects again, because I enjoy doing that more than probably anything else. And we'll probably do stringed instruments, which does send us in a direction. May the luck be with you. And as it is such, so also is such, may it be unto you. So we're looking at Aramis's game jam tips, which I think this is the thing I like to review, just to like keep in mind what we should be trying to do with our ideas. But again, I'm pretty sure I already know what we're gonna do. We'll reveal it in a little bit here. And I'm holding it close to the chest just in case someone gives me a better idea. And then I can take that idea and claim that that was the idea that I was going to reveal. All right, so their tips are: 1, focus on doing one thing really well.
So the farmer is the guy who finds a piece of territory.
Also, smooth in a second. I did like a Cowboy Bebop intro. I thought I nailed it, but nobody was here to see it.
The one who goes out and finds new territories.
That's funny.
I think of myself as the cowboy, really, and the farmer.
All right, focus on doing one thing really well. This is definitely the overarching, like, just try to do one thing.
Nobody else is
One thing.
even if it's quite trivial.
That doesn't even necessarily mean having one mechanic. It's like pick one angle, right? I think I tried to do too much my last jam. I tried to pick multiple angles. I picked something that was very art intensive. I also picked something that was very code intensive and was also very procedural generation intensive.
Some people are more ready to
It was way too many things.
come up than others. No,
Music's jamming. It is. I'm upset with the vocals, the weird vocal samples in the background. But it's cool. No, we're on the lounge. That's the radio station we're listening to today. It's a little livelier. It's a little spicier. I enjoy it on a Friday. All right, aim for the game to be playable for 5 minutes. This might conflict with my idea for the game, which is something that's a little longer. But it's still a good aim. You should presume that no one is going to play your jam game for more than 5 minutes. I think that's a healthy assumption to make. Take breaks, walks, meals, working out. Yeah, we'll see. Make sure to get plenty of sleep as well. I thought I was going to do a good job at this, and then I stayed up last night refactoring some code that I should not have done. Pick a really small idea. Then cut that idea in half. Then cut that in half. We'll see. We'll see if we do that. Get the game loop working as early as possible. I'm pretty notorious about not doing this. I like to have like an initial batch of art and then work on the game.
farmer is the guy
which is kind of not a good idea, but for jamming, for streaming, I think it's acceptable. Make a build of the game and ensure it runs on itch.io as soon as possible. That's a great idea. Make a web build for itch. Yeah. Because speaking of mini delivery, that game does not have a web build, so literally no one has ever played it. Add sound to the game. That's going to be huge, but we'll do that later. Bonus points if made with your mouth. Yeah, we'll see. I like Foley art. We'll probably find little household objects to like bang together and like scrape and like... I got to look up different ways, like how do you make cricket sound using household objects and stuff like that. Spend the last few hours of the jam balancing and adding quality of life things to the game. We're not going to do a level-based game, so that's easy. I almost never do that. A way to turn off the music and sound effects. That's an interesting idea. Hey, I Heart Pandas. Are we going to submit the literal last minute again? You mean the last second? Yeah, we should. We should aim for that. Let me see if I still have that. That'd be pretty funny if I could find that. Yeah, this is what we did last time for Solo Dev Game Jam number 4, which was already over a year ago, which is crazy. We submitted literally 1 second before the deadline. Let's not do that this time. This jam has a 2-hour submission window, so that should be pretty hard for us to do. But yeah. I'm gonna try to use something like Itch Butler, the Itch Butler or whatever it's called. See if I can get a build pipeline going at some point. That would be pretty good. How's it going, I Heart Pandas? Happy Friday. Playtest the game. This we almost never do. We almost never do any playtesting during a game jam. Don't make the game too hard. I feel like we're not going to be in danger of doing that, but it's definitely a risk. Spend the 2 hours of submission time polishing the itch page. This is a good idea. This is how we should spend the submission time. Is getting a thumbnail, getting screenshots, getting little GIFs. Short description of how to play controls. This is usually how we tutorialize. We almost never include tutorials in our jam games. The best I did last time was a series of screenshots that like kind of explained how to play. Hosting. This is a list of tools. I don't think we're gonna need any of this. Yeah, but these are Aramis's game jam tips. They're pretty good. I try to read them at least once when I start a jam, just to think. All right, so we have... So the ideas that have been submitted to us is Mail Time 2, Return to Sender. Which is pretty good. I don't know how to square that with the theme of gathering, but that's too funny. It's too funny not to include here. Happy Friday. It's a pretty quiet day today. That's good. That's good. Collecting packages and returning to one location. Ah, okay, I see that. I see that. Put that in here. So that's funny. That's funny. Yeah. All my ideas are... I have ideas around the first sense of the noun of like... I think back to like the Ludum Dare 55 game when it was summoning, when the theme was summoning and we made a following wind. Daniel Mullins made Voir dire, which was like a jury packing game. And so like I think there could be some interesting ideas around like manipulating an assembly towards some end, but I can't think of a way to do that wouldn't end up becoming like a huge thing and very involved and very difficult. I don't see a way of doing that where you're only doing one thing. Do you have parts of your idea that you can share without giving it away? I mean, I should just go into it because, like, I'm not. My idea is very self-serving. It's like an execution of something I've been just thinking about incidentally for a while, and this is an opportunity to do it. I'm trying to be responsible. Like, usually with the jam, we do a ton of ideating, but sometimes we don't. Like when we did Ludum Dare 57, where are our ideas? Oh, we had a list of constraints. We should look at our list of constraints. That's a good idea. Because this list of constraints is probably the same. So what can't I do in a 48-hour solo? So now we're doing 72 hours solo. We thought we'd best do something like that's 2D pixel art with very low resolution. I preferred things that are mechanical or mostly static structures or animations. Isometric, dimetric projection. For some reason, I'm broken and all I want to do is isometric projections. Like, I don't think I'll ever make a game that's like side on or top down unless I have a super compelling reason to do so. Rhiannon, you don't really have any good ideas for gathering? Can't do any reference to Silk Song. Brainoid. Who posted the idea in the Discord? It was so funny. It was something about Silk Song. It cracked me up. Gathering silk for the song. That's too funny. I think Mark posted that. Yeah, gathering silk. That's too. It cracks me up. Hey, P. Gorley. How's it going? Good luck on the jam. So these are our constraints from our last jam, and I think we should review these because we didn't finish our last jam. One game play mechanic must be doable in a day. Yeah, I agree with that. Analog music production, limited to stringed instruments. I really need to learn how to make digital sound effects and music, but I still don't, so it's not really an option. Basic Foley art for SFX, that's still true. Can't do 3D art of any kind, also still accurate. This is something I struggle with, but we might end up having to do it. Anything humanoid or animal, anatomically correct forms, organic animations. The idea that I have is going to force us in this direction. Not 3D, just like I think we're going to do something organic. I don't know how you do something about gathering that doesn't eventually revolve around plants and food. Like, I don't see how to do it. I'm not sure how to do it. I guess there's a third. There's like a third sense of gathering that we could use, which is like bringing together a team or something. I think that would be really cool, like gathering stuff together. But again, I don't know how to do that in a short amount of time. Gathering instruments to play a song, that'd be super cute. Super cute. So yeah, last time we did this, we had a oh, this is the theme voting. So we did a good thing last time. We came up with ideas for every theme last time, which we should have done. Did I have, I don't think I iterated on my ideas at all. No, I feel like I had a page here where we iterated on what our ideas were. I think I should take this constraints page and bring it in over to the, to our current one. I also should format these things. Does that not work? There we go. I know how to mark down constraints. What can't I do in 72 hours solo? Something like a board collective gathering more into the fold. That would be pretty funny. Something swarmy. I was secretly hoping for the swarm theme. I thought that would be fun. It'd probably be really hard. So I'm glad that we ended up doing this. So I think we're going to push our skills this time, art-wise, because I'm thinking of something organic. I'm thinking of something plants and plant-based. I'm thinking of something nature-focused, because that's kind of where your mind goes with gathering, I think. That's just very clearly the second sense of gathering. I do like to do a kind of odd figurative interpretation of the theme. That's why we ended up doing like a wind thing for summoning, but a lot of people, I don't know. I got to remember that this is a small jam and I don't have to worry so much about the throngs. There's like, I think 100 people, 100 something people entered. Collecting together to form a swarm. Yeah, collecting together a team or a crew or something could be fun. Hey, Diginanigans, happy Friday. How's it going? So I think most of these constraints still hold. I think we're gonna violate this one. This can't do anything humanoid or animal. I think this is the direction we're gonna go. I guess we might as well talk about it. I don't have any ideas other than the one idea. Let me look something up real quick, though. You can make a 16 pixel deer. I maybe can. Gathering in flora and fauna. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're left with. All right. Here's what I've been inspired by lately. I know we've been talking about this in the course of my side project, Lo-Fi Flyby, which is going to be like a sci-fi idle game about... This is like a... this is not jam related. This is like something we're working on. Normally, it should be like a Firefly-esque, like small ship. But I've been really inspired by Ropica's Idle Island. I've had this at the bottom of my screen so much the last few days. It's so cute. It's just this little frog that you just put at the bottom of your screen or wherever. And he just goes back and forth between cutting grass and taking a nap. That's all he does. Cutting grass, taking a nap. I'm honestly thinking about doing something like this for the jam. I think there's a lot of challenges to doing something like this. There's a lot of variety of art that you would need to have. Because the whole thing about like a little idle game is that you're like unlocking variability. Like you're unlocking some kind of variety of art. It being a jam game, I don't think people would expect much. I also don't think we would do this will be played in a browser, so we don't need to worry about like transparent backgrounds and stuff like that. But I think I want to do something like this, where there's like a little guy just in a little cottage, and maybe he has like a little rocking chair on the porch or something like that, and he just goes back and forth between taking a nap and like picking berries and fruits and mushrooms and plants in their yard, which doesn't have a lot of gameplay associated with it. The gameplay of Ropica's Idle Island is mostly just upgrading your little frog guy, and unlocking new things. Yeah, if the goal of the playable time is like 5 minutes, you really only need like a few unlocks for stuff, right? You don't need like a big variety. Like Ropica, I've played Ropica's Idle Island for 20 hours and I've unlocked 5% of the content. But yeah, you maybe like maybe you have a fruit tree and you can make the fruit tree bigger, or like you could take your apple tree and make it an orange tree. Or maybe you don't start with a fruit tree and you can add in a fruit tree. I don't know. Or like you've got a berry bush and you can like unlock the growing speed of it or something. Or like maybe you start with a little rocking chair on your porch and you can upgrade it to a bench, or a rocking bench, or a swinging bench. Or maybe you can add a swinging tire to the tree or something like that. Like just little things. I don't know. I very selfishly want to make an idle game like this. And I feel like the jam, yeah, all you really do is you spend money. Wow, the numbers here are insane. You spend money to like upgrade different aspects of your frog. And you'd make money by like gathering things, I guess. And you can make it so they like stay awake longer, or they rest faster, or they run quicker. I'm very tempted to like basically clone this game for the jam. You can unlock, you can swap out little things in your inventory. Be selfish. If it's something you're excited about, it'll transfer into what you make. That's a good point, Rhiannon. My big concern is that, because we talked about like Aramis' tips, which is like do one thing well. This will require at least two things. This will require art, and a kind of art that I'm not familiar with, which is organic stuff. And two, sound, which I'm better at. I'm better at making sound, especially analog sound. I think I can handle making an analog soundscape. So I'm not terribly worried about that. I think we can do that pretty easily. The nice thing about this, if it's an idle game, there's almost no interactivity. So we can just plop down like a single tile map layer that's like the game base layer. And everything would be handled by automated pathfinding and task selection. Like, you wouldn't need to worry about play testing how the interaction feels in terms of like being able to move the guy around and like try to break the pathfinding and like. Are you dedicated to the organic theme or just the idle theme? I'm less committed to the organic part, but I don't see an alternative. I thought about whether we did a version of it that was like more mechanical and more about like scavenging. Like I was thinking like Wall-E style. But the problem is those resources are not self-replicating. Like if you're gathering stuff, if it's not stuff that's growing like a berry, if it's not something renewable, there would need to be more of an exploration aspect to it. It would be more than a single screen. And I think an important part about this kind of game is that it's a single screen. There's another aspect of this which I'm uncomfortable with, which is you won't be able to save your progress. At least in the web version. Maybe in a post-jam version, we could add saving to like the desktop version, because I do need to practice serialization more. But I'm not sure how we would do saving and loading. Like you could skin it so that your guy is collecting tech stuff. Yeah, I just don't know how to do that in a way. Ropica is so cute. They'll stop what they're doing, wave at you, and like tell you something nice. Like, you're doing a great job, bud. So sweet. I think this is doable in sense of there's one character. I was thinking about what was successful about our last jam game, A Following Wind. I'm not going to be able to find a good screenshot or anything because I didn't put one up here. I didn't put any screenshots. The thing that was doable about A Following Wind was that there really was just one character model. It was the little ship. The one character was the little ship, and that was all we had. This would be similar in that the one character would be whatever the little old guy is that goes around. And they'd really only need 3 states. they'd need like gathering, sleeping, and walking. So that doesn't seem too bad. What about export a JSON file and import it? Yeah, I don't. We'd have to look at how the save stuff works. I mean, I'm pretty sure for the web build won't have a save system in it. I know you can do a save system with a web build, but I'm not enough of a web dev to know how that would work. Rhiannon, you think I can do organic? You just need to limit how many things there are. Yeah, Ropica has one tree. It has a tree. It has like a grass type that you can change, which is pretty sweet. Like there's a bunch of different grass types. We don't need that kind of variety, but there's a bunch of different grass and tree types. So we would just need like a berry bush or two. We'd need some berry bushes. I'd want at least like one fruit tree. Maybe we could have a non-fruit tree, like a maple tree. And like thinking about stuff like maybe there's like a maple tree and you can, one of the upgrades, one of the unlocks you could get would be like a sap. You could sap it and then start to get sap out of the maple tree. But like starting out, you don't have access to that. Smooth in a second, you could gather the fruit, berries, mushrooms. Oh, firewood. That's not a bad idea. Kindling to make a meal at home. One thing grows, becomes ready to collect every 5-ish seconds and has sound that builds to a simple song. After like 3 minutes, when the resource respawns, its sound cuts out. Use like 10 by 10 sprites. It could operate like you were saying with the auto path making. It could be small enough scale where the item just pops into place too. Yeah, I think we do. I think our tile size would probably be 16 by 16. That might be too small, frankly. We'd have to look. We'd have to check and see what we'd want to do. But yeah, I think this is the direction I want to head into. I'd probably call this Idle Hands. And it would be an idle game about gathering. Inspired by Ropica's Idle Island. It's also kind of like Rusty's Retirement, but I've never played Rusty's Retirement. I probably should. So an exterior link has to have double, I think. Does that work? There we go. What is your ongoing work in progress games? Character sprite size? 16 by 16, but that's because they're small. They're small and they don't have much character. They don't have much detail. So like normally they're like something like this. So like this is what we normally do, but this is too small. So I'm thinking we could do 16 by 16 because it's isometric. So usually when you see an isometric game, it's like little chibis, little short squat guys. Because it's more of a top-down angle. This is very side-on. So we could probably do a 16 by 16 and be okay. So that's the idea that I have. You could have that little guy running around on a little island like you were showing. Yeah, it could be a little island. It's not going to be cut out like that. We're not doing a background cutout. But I still might do a cutout in terms of it might be at the edge of something just so that you can see. I don't know. It's tough because in an idle game, you can't generally see the background. But we might show you at the top of like a little mountain or something. or plateau, just so that we can have some stuff in the background. Because normally an isometric game has no far distant background. Yeah, I think we want to do something like that. I'm not going to write anymore. This might be like our shortest ideation phase. Idle hands. Oh, I'll just copy this whole thing over. Ropica is a word, we've decided. Yeah, I like this. Centered on a little... Centered around an old man in a little cottage. I'm gonna say and, because they're not gonna be in. You're never gonna go in the cottage. It's gonna be like just a set piece. I believe that I could make a cottage. I like your idea about gathering firewood. I didn't consider that, but that's a good thing. Because you could have a little pile of firewood by the side of the cottage. Yeah. We believe you too. I'm concerned. I'm concerned that this is deeply overscoped for 3 days, but we're going to try to do it. We're going to try to do it in a way. So it's centered around an old man in a little cottage. Character alternates between gathering and napping. That's it. That's the loop. The character gathers things and then naps. The napping is crucial because it provides necessary downtime. Gathered. Or, we'll call them gatherables. Gatherables. I've decided that this is a word. Perhaps have its scale design so it's intended to play windowed down in the corner between Discord, Steam Friends, list. Yeah, I mean, if we finish this and I like it, I will probably test out. I know if someone I know has the code for how to do the like desktop companion, like stenciled out game window stuff. I would probably get them to help me test that out, just so we have that basic code set up. But that's post-jam stuff. That's like if we make this and we like it and we want to do a little more with it. As long as you get them to nap and gather one thing, it's a success. And then every other upgrade gatherable is a bonus. Yeah, I think we'll be able to get the basic loop of waiting for stuff to grow, gather the things, take a nap. That's the core loop. And then really the quote-unquote game is just upgrading stats and maybe adding elements and unlocking things. So, you know, I'm not anticipating a very high... I actually don't know what the theme... Or not the themes, but the rating categories are. I think there's a mechanical rating category. How are games rated? Gameplay. I don't anticipate a very strong gameplay rating for us. But that's fine. As long as we deliver on the others. I think gameplay is probably the most important category. So it'll kind of all be dependent on what people consider gameplay. And if people enjoy that aspect of upgrading. I think some people are pretty hostile to idle games. I don't usually play them, or I think idle games are very often just they're not distinguished with incremental games. I consider incremental games something else, like Cookie Clicker. But I feel like there's a blurring of the lines between those two things. And I think some people really don't like incremental games. And I think that maybe makes them hostile towards the idea of a idle game. You can kill on audio. Yeah, I think we're gonna audio I'm concerned about because I've played Ropicus for about 20 hours now. And a really crucial thing about that is the sound design. The sound design of this is key. So we would need a little ambience, and we would need some little diddlies that kick in occasionally, but it's mostly going to be ambience. So we'll make some like wind sounds, some like maybe we'll try to make some little bird song. I'll try to figure out how you make a cricket sound with household objects. I think it's possible. So I think the sound generation is going to be pretty key. There's going to definitely be a lot of like state machine stuff to handle the audio, the character. We'll probably do a really rudimentary node-based state machine, which I don't like, but it'll probably be good enough for our purpose. The hardest thing will be syncing the character, who will be a node, to the elements on the tile map so that the animations can play out correctly. But that should be pretty easy because the player can't actually manually direct the character anywhere in any one direction. Because there's actually no control. You don't click on the character, you don't click where to go. The obsidian power is with you. Oh yeah, we're all about obsidian. Shandu 16. We love obsidian. I like the canvases. If I had more time, I would make a cool mood board canvas thing, but we're jamming here. The new fresh vault. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're participating in Game Jam today. I say today. We're doing it for the next 3 days. All right, gatherables grow slowly over time. They include berries from berry bushes, fruit from fruit trees, mushrooms off the ground, firewood, I don't know, firewood from... Should the firewood just appear in the grass? How would we do the wood part? I don't really want them to chop down a tree because that would be kind of insane to watch a tree get like regrow. Maybe they just collect like little firewood and they just find it. Maybe you get that around the tree as well. From around trees. Like you're not chopping down a tree, you're just like picking up branches and little things. Maybe sap from a maple tree. Unlockable. Like maybe you don't start out being able to sap a tree, but you can do it eventually. Could you have a stump with an axe, then the logs appear? I could have that. Ooh, floating ashore is not bad. Or floating down a river or something. Oh. Yeah, the axe is kind of cool. Stump with an axe. Lodged in it. Logs appear by the stump. Logs just appear by the stump. I think a creek would be cool. I'm not going to do it because that would be too hard. And it would also, if there's like if there's a body of water nearby, that encourages fishing. And fishing doesn't really work with our thing. I mean, I guess it could. You could have like a pond and like little fishes could appear and you could fish them when they appear. Maybe fishes from a little nearby pond. I don't want to do moving water. I could do a pond. I could see myself doing a pond. It would be cool if there was a little fire that got maintained. I don't think, like, these kinds of games, there's no sink. I know Smooth in a Second, you had the idea of, like, you were building, like, a little meal or something like that. I think that would be hard. I think there could be somewhere you get, like, you put the firewood. I don't know. We'll see if there's somewhere that these things get dropped off. Do gatherables go anywhere? Are gatherables collected or deposited? Deposited. Could be a fish net and they show up when they're caught. Oh, okay, okay. A bird flies in and lands with a fish. Well, you're not going to click on anything. So you have no control over what the character does. I would like little visual reactions. Like if you click a bush, I would like it to like rustle. Actually, there might be some things that you might need to do. Like if there's a fruit tree, maybe you do need to click the fruit tree a bunch to get to jostle the fruit loose so that it falls to the ground. We could maybe do some click interactions. I don't know. I don't like that in a sense, but it might be something useful to do. Yeah, I'm not sure if are they deposited or just disappear. Yeah. Does the player actively participate in gathering? I'm thinking like clicking on a fruit tree to make fruits fall. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Sorry, I'm looking at Discord. All right, done looking at Discord. What about if everything can be collected and removed? Each item adds a sound. Yeah, I don't know. So the idea to have the sound change based on what's happening is very cool, but it would require me to use like Fmod probably or something like that. I guess it's kind of doable with like audio stream players. I think building a soundscape like that would be really hard. Maybe there are some little sound effects we could do if we keep things like with the chopping trees and stuff. 4-frame loops. Yeah. All right. Let's look here. Let's scope out the scale a little bit. So we'll make our classic 640 by 360. We also need to pick a palette. Are there any built-in palettes that would be acceptable? We have to pick a palette. We want something with lots of natural colors. I could just go with Splendor 128. I kind of want something a little tighter than that. Splendor 128 is pretty huge. I've been really into like limited palettes lately. I would like to do so again. Wow, we're already wrapping up our first hour here. But hey, we've got our idea and we've got some directions to head. This is probably the shortest ideation period I've done. But that is because I went and just got breakfast before the stream. And I was sitting there at the little diner when the theme was revealed, and I kind of just sat with it and thought about it. So yeah, we want something that's got a lot of natural colors. I think we're gonna turn to low spec. Like a simple ambient thing where you can have birds and wind or chopping water sounds and small musical elements. Yeah, the small musical elements of berries, shrooms, maple syrup. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is. I don't know about that. We could make like a gathering sound or like some little like bling sounds like when something gets collected. I was also thinking we could maybe have like a beehive or something. Like maybe you start with a beehive somewhere that you like, if you try to collect, or when the guy tries to collect the bees from the beehive, they get stung. And then you can upgrade that into just one of the like controlled beehive things. I don't know what to call them. Man-made beehive. I don't know what you call those boxes. They're like, what are these called? They're literally just beehives. Yeah, so maybe you get like a beehive box. I don't know. A bee box. Yeah, there you go. All right, let's look through some palettes and see what speaks to us. I like a good natural palette here. I'm gonna use downloads. Yeah, the pollen aspect is interesting. Palette 31, this one looks really good. I might want to use this one. Created by Matt. Based on colors sampled from pictures of nature. That seems like a really good for us. Fantasy 24 is also pretty dope. Lost Century, that also seems pretty good. Maybe a little limited. Because all of our lighting is going to be static, so we do need enough shades that we can do the lighting. We're not going to go as limited as last time. I think last time I used something really limited, like SLS08 or something. It was like an 8 pixel or even less. We're not going to go that limited, but we do want something pretty restrained. Yeah, we used Rust Gold 8 last time because we were making a mining game. And that was pretty dope. I like the idea of the limited palettes. 31 is great. Fantasy 24 again, maybe. I don't exactly know where it was here. I'll open it and we'll review. We'll pick like 3 or 4 and then we'll look at them and then choose from one of those. A set of warm, desaturated colors. I think this is too desaturated. Oh, Japanese woodblock colors. That's pretty cool. So I'm going to do the thing that one shouldn't do, where I think I'm going to spend a lot of time on the art up front, which is what I did last time, and that probably guaranteed that I wasn't going to finish in time. So we have to be a little more careful this time. But we also were trying to do something much more complicated. This is a good one, Comfy 52. That's a bigger one, but it looks like it's got a lot of colors. Too bleak? Yeah. Don't do it. No, we're still going to do it because a game like this is not the sort of thing that I think you can gray box. I think we need to develop the aesthetic just far enough that we understand what we're aiming for. So we need to pick like a tile size. We need to try out a couple things. Yeah, the 52 one was good. We might go with that one. Just because it has, because we do need to, our lighting is probably going to be static. Like, we're not going to have a day-night cycle. It would be nice, but that's not something that we could realistically do. So all the lighting is going to be static, which means we need enough shades to be able to do that. Oh, Gora 63 is an expanded version of Apollo. I didn't know that. I kind of want that one. Not for this, but I'm going to use that at some point. Actually, it would probably be kind of okay for this. We'll look at that. We probably won't pick it. All right, we have 4 to look at. I said we'd get 3 or 4. I think that's reasonable. I don't want to just shop for palettes forever. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's good. I think we've got enough choices. So the 31 palette, pretty cool in my mind. Yeah, having a natural theme like this, I think, is pretty compelling. We have enough oranges and reds and stuff to do, like, fruits. We have some blues for, like, water or things. We have lots of greens and browns. We need lots of greens and browns. This is minimal, but it could work really well for us. So I'm pretty tempted to go with this one. This one is definitely way more saturated. It's also very warm. It's got a lot of reds and browns. It's not much in the way of greens. It's got some nice yellow, though. Does this have some nice yellow? Eh, it's got some okay yellows. The 31 just seems like it was very well designed to ramp. The ramping capabilities seem very good. Comfy 52. This one seems good, but it might just be too much. I do like the purples and things. Like if we had a night cycle where we were going into a nighttime, I would use this palette. Because then we could transition things to these blues and purples. These cooler colors we could make use of more. But since the game is just going to take place during the day, I think this might be too much. It's really nice, though. It's definitely got a higher variety. But, like, how much variety do we need? Gora 63. This one's big. It's got a lot of ramps. It's got really good coverage, though. I think I'm going to pick a small palette just to, like, get myself to do things simply. Try not to... I tend to overshade things. And I think this could encourage me to do a lot less. There's also really nice... this also is, like, not too... There's, like, really nice desaturated options. So I think that's really good for us because it'll make it easier to distinguish the foreground and the background. Yeah, I think we're going with this one. Put it in my little palette folder. I might have to organize it. That's the unfortunate thing about doing it this way. I don't think there's an ACE file option. There is not. Oh, there's a Photoshop ACE, but what does that mean? I'm gonna download it and see what we get. Oh no, it's just an ACE file. Why does it say Photoshop? What do I get for that? Error reading header. Error loading. Okay, so it is a Photoshop file. But it's got a .ace extension. Come on. Alright, that's fine. Only downside to doing it this way is I think I'm going to open it and I think the colors are going to be... I need to make a palette. From the palette. PNG file, open this. Yeah. This is pretty desaturated, but I think it's going to be good for our vibe. We're definitely going to include some kind of body of water because there's too many blues here to not do it. Plenty of greens. The game could be a functional Pomodoro timer. You have 5 or less minutes of gathering, and the items respawn in 20 minutes. Yeah, this is a pretty strange palette, but I think it's gonna be really nice. I don't know. Strange is the wrong word. It's a pretty minimal palette, and I think I like that. I have to organize the colors. I have to do this, or I will lose my mind. New palette from Sprite. 31. Oh, 32. Okay, so that didn't do anything. So I have to just organize these if I want to. They're organized by like saturation or value or something, which I don't like. So we're gonna just organize this by hand. Real quick. Don't mind me. Good palette for the vibe. It's muted, but not dark muted. Yeah, I think it'll work for us. This is pretty crazy. This is going to be the first jam game I try to make that's not just a score chaser. This one's really just vibes. It is a single screen kind of infinite game though, which is also the kind of thing I make. So it's not totally off type for us. But we haven't fully reverted to type, so that's nice. All right, so we're gonna solidify this palette here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to determine scale. I'm thinking the playable area will probably be 180 pixels tall. We may try to put like a Bob Ross background somewhere. I have to look to see if it makes sense. Because with an isometric game, that usually doesn't work. But I kind of want to have like a little background. That might be a stretch goal though. But yeah, I don't want to make this game too big. I don't want to make the playable area very big. Make it nice and cozy. No verticality this time. Our problem last time, we tried to do something isometric and we tried to make it 3D. Like we tried to make it like multiple layers. Because that's just kind of what I do. It's the weird thing that I'm obsessed with. We'll do better this time. Might need to add a simple like black color. There's really no dark. There's no black here. There's some dark colors, but I don't know, maybe we won't have it. Maybe that'll just be for text or whatever. It'll be good contrast if it is. Should be very readable text against this. Against most of this. There's a few exceptions. All right, save this palette. $31. What is it? Who made this? Matt? 31 by Matt with 3 T's. So we'll call it 31 by Matt. All right, that's our palette. I like this. I think this is gonna be nice. All right, let's start to think about scale then. We're gonna start by making this just 320 by 180, and we're gonna see what we get in terms of scale. We'll load our palette. I'll probably just start with a black color though, just for scaling purposes here. All right, so We're doing isometric, so we're going to do something like this. I think this is going to be our scale here. Oh, hold on, what am I doing? This is too big. This is 16 by 16. So what are our tile size going to be? 16 by 32? That's maybe too big. It's maybe too big, but maybe it's not. I think that's too big. I think we want 16 wide, not 32 wide. 32 wide is the same. That's the same scale as Digital Iliad. Well, I don't know. Maybe we want that because maybe we want some detail. If we do pick this scale, I don't think we should do dimetric. I think it would be a mistake to do dimetric, but if we do dimetric, then we can. It would be easier to have a background, but no, I don't think we want to do that. I think isometric. I never get to do isometric, so I think it's fun. So let's see what kind of scope, what kind of scale we can fit into this resolution. This is looking all right. We're going to use the whole space because this is just 180. And I think what we would do is we'd make the actual window, we'd actually make the actual window 640 by 360 so that we could have a background. We'll probably do the Ropica style of like putting this on some kind of cliff. This kind of a thing. We're not gonna like hide the background, but I would like some kind of background. I like what they've done here, where they have this painted background, but I can't paint like that, so I'm not gonna do that. Oh, this was too big. I should have stopped when we got here. This is a 4x4 area. Now it's 10. So it looks like we can maybe fit a 10 by 10 area here. That's probably pretty reasonable. There's enough room to have a number of different elements. Enough room for some trees, a little pond, the little cottage. The cottage can be small. It could be big, but it could also be small. If we do 32 tile wide, then the character is going to be 32 by 32. Which is maybe too big. I've not really made anyone of that size before here. So this might be too big. We're going to just call this 32x16. What the heck? I don't know how I ended up doing that on accident. Whatever. I don't know what's happening anymore. Somehow copied the whole thing. Should be fine though. So this is what we could fit. If we expand the canvas to the full size, we get 640 by 360. This is like the standard size. Pretty typical size here. That's a lot. Maybe we do make this just a 180. Yeah, I don't think we have room for a background, which is fine because I don't think I can make a background. Well, maybe. Maybe we can do like the Ropica style little island thing. Let's see if I can align this to the grid. I don't know why it's not grid aligned. Probably because I expanded the canvas size. Does this just go on forever? Okay, there we go. F. Pop that into the grid there. We should leave some space on the bottom. At least one tile's worth. So we'd want to like at least do like something like this. Maybe not. Maybe there would be no real finite edge to the map. Maybe you would just put like a little forest or something. I don't know. So 10 by 10 is not bad. That would make a given tile about this size. Maybe a little too big. So if we did half of this, we'd end up with like something like this. This might be too small for me. The thing you have to worry about when you do something like this is it's really hard to support an object that takes up more than one tile. If you want to do something like that, you kind of need some kind of intermediate that's able to understand the concept of a thing that takes up more than one tile and relate it to the tile system. And that was part of my downfall with the last jam, is I had interactable elements that were larger, that take up more than one tile. That is really hard to do. So I think I would rather use a bigger grid size and then just not have things like spill over too much, which you don't want anyway, because that messes up, that makes Z indexing really hard. So I think we want something like this. I think a 10 by 10 is okay. I think we could make it bigger, but I'm kind of afraid of doing so. But yeah, I think this is the size we want. I wonder if we're going to have outlines in this game. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to do outlines. I always love a good opportunity to not do outlines. But it might be good. It might be good to have outlines. I'm going to add these to the edges just so we have like an idea of how far they extend down. This is the part where I do some amount of busy work so that my back of my brain can just think about some of this stuff. I do like a little bit of busy work for helping to figure this stuff out. I will get rid of these though. This. I'll probably get rid of this side just so we can copy this over. Thanks for the hydrate, Smooth in a second. It's a good idea. We're going to call this the 10 by 10 grid. Is this in the middle of the actual file? It looks like it is. Something that bugs me about Ropika's Idle Island is how teeny the little cottage is, but there's something really smart about doing it this way. Because the cottage is really not a prominent element, and it doesn't really matter. The character never goes in it. It is nice for an aesthetic thing. So I probably don't want to overdo it. What I do want to do is I want to have like a little porch with like a little rocking chair. But I get that I don't need the porch. And in fact, I probably don't want the porch because it'd be hard to, if there's any kind of awning, you can't see under it. So it'll probably just be a little house. It'll probably be a little house with a little rocking chair, maybe in front of a little fire pit. I don't know. I am thinking that I don't want. I don't know what I want to do with the stuff that's gathered. Because like Ropika is smart because all Ropika is doing is cutting grass and sleeping. So Ropika doesn't need to carry anything around. But for our game, we're gathering something. And I think the smart thing to do is to just have the thing get gathered and just disappear. Like they put it in like a satchel or something next to them, and it's just gone. The other question is, what should our character be? Should our character be like a little anthropomorphized thing? It needs to be something that I can draw, which I'm not a big drawer. That's the thing that's maybe the most unknown and that I'm most concerned about is the character and the animation. Ropica is about square. Ropica's scale is good. I guess I only need a couple of angles. I need 4 angles at least. I need forward. I need the 4 isometric corners. I just need cardinal directions. So I need a 4-way, 4-direction animation for walking. For napping, we could just make it 1 way. But I need 4-way for walking and gathering. So I can't necessarily control what direction. I mean, I could, but I might not necessarily be in control of what direction Ropica is coming from. They might like go gather berry bushes and then go do something else. So they might approach like the orange tree from like a certain angle. Oh, we're second. We're second on the streamer list. Look at us. That's fine. That's a fine thing. All right. Grab this. Copy, paste this over to the other side. Oh, I need to set up my drawing tablet. I need to do that. I'll probably do that on a break. We're gonna do a lot of art. So here's one scale or scope. The 10 by 10 grid. This is very small, but it might be perfect, you know? Like we could put a tree in like one area. Like you could have a tree in one spot. You know, a big tree anchoring one area. You could have the cottage. You could either put the cottage on the back corner so that they're never behind. I think I'd be tempted to do something like anchor the top with the cabin. Put some like bushes or things in the front. Put like a tree on like one side. Put like a pond in another section. Yeah, I don't think I should make the space really much bigger than this. Let's simplify. Let's bring the canvas size down again. Could the cabin be the background art? Yeah, in a way. Like it'd be one of the boundaries. I mean, we're also not technically restricted to having it be this shape. Like, there's nothing that's... We could just have, you know, the tiles could go out to here. There's really no reason to like not use the diagonal space here. Like you could have a tree that's like just back here at the center. And like maybe that's your maple tree and like you can sap it, but you never need to go around to the back of the tree. You would just go to this tile. You'd stand at this tile and like pick up the sap bucket or whatever. Way around size maybe. Yeah, I kind of want to make the cabin at least big enough for the character to walk into. Because I kind of want like the character to like fill their basket, take their basket back into their cabin, and then come back out again. And then we can just make whatever they have like disappear. But it seems like it's going somewhere. Like let's take the example of like the sap coming out of the maple tree. If you replace the bucket, if you like bring out an empty bucket, replace the bucket at the maple tree, you should take that filled bucket somewhere. Like you could just take it back to the cabin, and that's additional downtime because that's time that the character's not gathering anything. That's time the character is just walking back to the cabin. So I kind of want to make, I think it'll be like one corner of the map will be the cabin. One corner will be like the fruit tree. One corner will be like the berry bushes. And one corner will be like a little pond. And then the center could be like his little rocking chair with his little fireplace or something. I think that's cool. And that way we could butt the pond right up to the edge here. Like the pond could be like there could be a difference between the playable area. Like obviously the tile map would be bigger than this, and we would just beyond this square boundary, their player just wouldn't go. I think that's reasonable. All right, let's try to take the canvas size down again. I'm kind of coalescing around the idea of the 180. 640 by 360 is pretty big. That's the scale of Digital Iliad and Lo-Fi Flyby. That's the screen. That's the viewport resolution for that game. I think that's too much for a jam game. Yeah, I think let's go 320 by 180. Let's do things to try to force me to be reasonable. Oh, there's a problem with that, though. Well, that's fine. Maybe we don't need to have the cabin at the back corner. Maybe it could be like back center. It doesn't need to be the absolute back corner. In fact, that might be a great spot for like a little pond. Something like this. We also don't technically need to show the area below here. Could do something like this. Yeah, maybe something like this. Yeah, there's actually no real reason for us to do the Rokupa's little, like, chiseled out edge thing. We could just have it extend out. Something like this. I think this is going to be what the play space is. Something like this. we have room for like the house? So the house could be like these 4. Yeah, the house could even be off screen. The house could be like here. Just depends on how high we want it to be. This is the 10 by 10 grid layer. Let's make a new layer here. We'll call it the 32x32 cube. Put this on that just so we have it available. All right, so I think I'm happy with this as like the underlying grid. Now let's try to block out some spaces, maybe. This is kind of how I figure this sort of thing out. I can't like freehand draw very well. So I need these grids. I need to space things out. I'm coming around to having... Normally when I make a character, I make the character 2 blocks tall. Or something like that. Like, I like tall characters. That's what we do in the dimetric stuff for, like, Digital Iliad. But I think for this, we're going to have, like, a little squat, little round little guy. The only real question is, what should he be? I like that Ropika's a little frog. I can't do that. But a frog is really easy to draw. I guess let's cross that bridge when we get to it. I guess I should make a background layer. We should pick a background color, probably this brown. And let's just start blocking out areas. So we could have like the cottage. I should avoid having anything like steps. I really want a porch. Like, I really want a porch, but a porch would be so much work. Because I would need the character to be able to walk up the steps and down the steps. I guess that's not that hard. Because it's purely aesthetic, and we can just set that up in the Pathfinder. So maybe I will have steps. How would I even draw steps?
That's absolutely captivating. Yeah.
You could have in and out doors instead. Don't think we'll have in and out doors. What I might do is I might expand this to be an 11 by 11 grid. I kind of like the idea of having a center tile, but it's not necessary. That's like a hang up that I have. I also don't need the door to explicitly be on a tile, because this character is not going to be limited to the tile map for movement. For movement purposes, they're not going to have that limit. It just makes it easier if that's how it works. If that's where the pathfinding nodes are.
That's absolutely captivating. Yeah, those candles bring calm and serenity. That's
I might expand the grid to be an 11 by 11 grid.
yeah, those candles bring calm.
I really don't like this background talking thing. Like, what if we have an 11 by 11 grid instead? I like that better because then we have an origin. That's a center. That's the center tile. I think I prefer that. All right, we're gonna make it an 11 by 11 grid. That's where we're gonna stop. We're gonna bring it up to 11. This is a stretch. Would 2 vertical playfields with horizontal representation make any sense? 2 vertical playfields. Oh, you mean like an elevated field and a lower field? It could. What we're probably going to do is we'll probably put the house at the edge of the area. So when you reach here, you're no longer pathfinding based on an individual tile. Like once you reach here, you're ready to ascend into the cabin. And then it's okay if the cabin is up on like steps or whatever. Because you could just have the... You could just have that... You could just add that pathfinding node manually. Yeah, that might still be annoying. I don't know why I'm obsessed with the idea of having steps up to the cabin. It would be so much easier to not do that. Actually, yeah, there's really not much reason. The reason I would want the steps was so that there could be like a little stuff on the porch or whatever, but let's not do that. I'm still thinking about having the campfire be in like the middle. And having like a little chair here or something. A little rocking chair or something. Like it could be in the dirt in front of the cabin and no one is gonna care. Maybe the 11 by 11 was a mistake. Because you actually can't, if you're up here, you actually can't see them. We'll go back to a 10 by 10. So let's block out where we want this cabin to be. I'm thinking the left side for some reason. Not for any good reason that I can think of. That's just what I'm thinking of. So we want our character to be able to fit through whatever kind of door we put here. So if the door is like, I guess the door could be this whole thing. Or doorway. We're not going to really have, the door will be open because I cannot. So this is our little doorway. Probably thinking something like this in terms of scale. I'm thinking of 4 wide. Thinking something like this. I know I said you don't want an object that's bigger than 1 tile, but obviously the cabin is a different thing. I think it would be cute if they go in through this door, and then there's this little window. So every time they go through the door, and then they cross in front of the window, and they drop off their whatever they've got, and then they walk back through and out. I think it'd be really cute if there's like a little window. I could even have the window split across these tiles. Be like around here. Which means I actually want this character to be pretty short, huh? We're going to be walking here. Yeah, so I'm thinking something like this for the cottage. Just put it on the edge here. And then you need a little roof, so it would be a little taller than this. It would be like... It'd be like a little roof section. Yeah, so maybe you put the cottage in the upper left. Maybe we have like a little shed in the upper right or something. I don't know. That might be too much. Actually, maybe the upper left could be our little pond. Or upper right, I'm sorry. Maybe the upper right could be our little pond. And the character just goes to the edge of the pond. Like, to like one of these 2 tiles. And then there's just a pond here. And that's where they can do their little fishing. Maybe you can make the pond bigger or something. I don't know. Probably not, but... That's cool. It's a big space that can go out with minimal art to fill the space. Maybe more like a lake. But yeah, it'll probably be pond-sized. You are right in that it could just extend out beyond the limits of the screen. I don't really want that, though, because that implies that there's like a quote-unquote infinite number of fish or whatever. I like a little pond, a little self-contained pond, because then it's like very clear when fish show up there. And yeah, maybe you could unlock something like maybe you can unlock something like a little net that will like collect it for you. And then so you don't have to go fish, you can just go collect the net or something. I don't know. Similarly, the cabin doesn't need to really stop here. It could keep going. But I kind of want it to stop because I kind of would like you to see the roof maybe. Although maybe it's a multi-story cabin. I don't know. I like how small... Actually, I already said I don't like how small Rupica's cabin is, but I like that you can see the whole thing. You threw out a spacing concept idea in the Discord? All right, we'll check it out. So yeah, have like a little 4x2 cabin, kind of like Rupica's cabin, in the default cabin. Except that it'll be big enough that our little guy can walk into it. I guess we do want to have room on the side to like pile up firewood or something. I guess we want somewhere to pile up firewood. But I think I like this scale generally. All right, let's look at this spacing concept. Random idea to simulate indoors, outdoors, or elevation. Green 1 story, orange doors, stairs, blue indoors, higher elevation, red graphics opportunity. I see. So you kind of want to do what we do normally with Digital Iliad, where you want some like verticality. I'm going to explicitly not do that because that was part of the reason I failed last game jam, is I tried to use isometric 2D to render a 3D space, which is one thing to do in our like game. I think it's another thing to do in like a game jam. I think that's just conceptually too much. But I think it's a good idea. I just think it's conceptually too much. I kind of want this cottage to be like 2 stories. If we were making this as like a full game, I would totally do something like that. We might actually make the side here where we put the fireplace stuff. This might be where firewood goes. Something like over here. Sprite has such a hard time doing consistent. Or maybe I'm just bad at drawing lines. There we go. Maybe you pile up the firewood over here. So there'll be like a little doorway here. Some kind of little doorway. And then maybe a little window over here. Oh, this is off center. I see. I was like, how are we in the wrong here? I'd like to have a little window here so that you can see Ropica going by. I'm calling him Ropica. he's not Ropica. He is our. Actually, I'll probably make the window super tall so that you can actually see him walking through. Doesn't need to be realistic. So I think that'd be really cute. If that's all you're doing and you're seeing him walk through, you see him enter, walk past this window, and then come back out. I think that'd be really, really cute. I'll have some kind of roof. Some kind of roof there. I may or may not move the cabin forward so that it's on the grid.
Mesmerizing, tantalizing.
I kind of like having the whole roof visible, but yeah, I'm not quite sure what to do with the other side. What do we do with this? But that's okay. And then I'm thinking somewhere in the center here we have like a little fireplace. Maybe right in the center we have a little fireplace. Maybe not though. Probably here. Probably we put a fireplace right here. We put a little chair like here. Put like a little chair here facing the left. Put a little fireplace and a little fire pit in front of it or something. Yeah, I think this would be a pretty reasonable location. Aventinus. A fellow Roman. Thanks for the follow. How's it going? We're working on our Down to Jam entry. Our idea is to do a little idle game inspired by Ropica's Idle Island. Do a really little bitty, just a little gathering. The theme is gathering. So we're just going to have a little game about a little guy walking around gathering little stuff from outside in front of his cabin. That's what we're thinking. But happy Friday. Hope things are going well for you. Next ad, I should get a little, next ad break, I should get a little snack. Probably. Something that's hard for me to do is to just maintain energy levels throughout these long streams. All right. So the gatherables that we're thinking about are berries from berry bushes, fruit from fruit trees, mushrooms off the ground, firewood from around trees. I think we're gonna go with the small branches just appearing and not the like having a stump with like an axe. I'm just thinking about limiting the amount of animations we have. I don't want to have to animate the little character using the axe. I think I would like one interactable animation, which is just the little character bending over and like reaching out for something. Because that's good for anything. That's good for picking something up. That's good for putting something down. I think that's going to be the... I think we're only going to do like 3 animations. Which is the character walking in 4 directions. The character picking things up in 4 directions. I guess we need sleeping. We need a character taking a nap. Which we can just have them jump to that state. I don't think anyone's going to care if I have transition animations or something like that. What does Ropica do? I don't think Ropica even has transition animations. I think Ropica just snaps to sleeping. Show me Ropica walking over and going to sleep. Show me them walking over and taking a nap. I guess I could just play the game. Yeah, I think he just wanders over and then snaps to the sleeping state. So we can have napping from one direction, and then we can have fishing from one direction. You're heading out, been a long week. You're going to wind down for the weekend. No worries. Yeah. Hopefully we've got something fun to show next week. Take it easy, Diginanigans. Have a great weekend. See you next week. Monday we'll be playing all the jam games. That should be fun. All right. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to do this one. Sap from a maple tree. Having this be like an unlockable thing, I think is pretty neat. I don't know. We'll have to see about the upgrade paths for this stuff. The way Ropica does, it's just like very simple stat-based stuff. Like the character will stay awake longer before they need to take a nap or something like that. I think we'll just probably straight clone that aspect of Ropica. Are gatherables deposited or just disappear? I would love it if the gatherables are deposited in the little house. And does the player actively participate in gathering, like clicking on a fruit tree? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. I think that would be interesting. Because otherwise, what is the little character going to do? Climb up a ladder? I guess they can just wait for the fruits to fall. Have it be a window on the house. Window on the house. You talking about like the interface? Oh, the sleep state. I was just gonna have him sleep in a little chair out in front of his cabin. So then we can change the chair. We can make it a bench, or we can make it like a whatever. Ropica's one is really funny. You can change it to like a flotation device or something, like a big inner tube. You could change it to a hammock or something, maybe. I don't know. It depends on what we have time for. We'll plan to get this going with like no upgrades, with like just the initial version of everything, and then whatever we have time to add, we'll add. In which case, this will probably be mostly a little diorama that you kind of just watch. But I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. With maybe some exceptions of like... Maybe there's nothing in the pond at first, and maybe you can like clean the pond or something. You can have like an overgrown version of the pond, and then you can like pay to turn it into a pond that can actually be used. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have any real ideas other than the sapping the maple tree. Should the cabin just end here, or should the cabin just like fully extend all the way back? Should probably fully extend all the way back. Like this, maybe. Something like this. Probably a little more balanced. I'm gonna make the cabin a little bigger at some point, but whatever. Just to avoid this tangent. I don't like this tangent. I guess we could put like a tree or something in front here just to hide it. But something like this. Actually, it probably makes sense if there's another layer to this back here. We probably want something like this. We probably want somewhere to go past this window, otherwise. I mean, I guess they could turn left and then turn back and go that way. Maybe that's tempting. Maybe we could put a little fireplace here. Like it extends out and goes up. Like a little chimney. Maybe put a little chimney here. That could be cute. Can't really see it anywhere else. Yeah, I like that idea. It'll probably be like half a block though. I think I want to move the whole cottage thing up one. Like there. No, then you can't really see the chimney. Oh no, you still could. I just don't want this tangent of it like being right at the edge there. Which I guess I could fix by just extending it back even further, but I don't want to do that either. Let's move it down like that. Then what we'll do is maybe get rid of this. Maybe put a little fireplace here. This would be like the bigger base of it. There may be a smaller section in the middle, which is the actual stack. There we go. Oh, I did this a little wrong. It would be like this. Oh, we're back to a tangent again. Yeah, whatever. I can worry about the specifics. I'm like trying to worry about how I'm going to do this chimney thing. I don't think I need to worry about that much. Just know that there's a chimney that will be back here. Chimney actually doesn't need to be on aligned, does it? It's nice if it is, but it doesn't need to be. Yeah, so like a little cottage in the corner there. I think that's nice. We'll have some berry bushes and things. A couple of trees. Trees will probably put maybe one tree here. And then maybe another tree like here. And we can put our pond like back here. Some more bushes and stuff around the edges. And then the foreground elements can just be like covered up with bushes and things. And the tops of trees. So we don't really need to worry too much about foreground elements. We'll put some like berry bushes. Maybe that like beehive like I was talking about. Hide that somewhere in here. We really don't need a lot is the important thing to keep in mind. We really don't want to try to do a lot. We probably want a little roof. Probably want a little nice little cabin roof here. All right. Let's take this and let's draw the cottage out on another thing. I guess I should know what the scale is. I guess before we do the cottage, I should know a little bit more about the character. This is gonna be the hard part, but that's probably the single biggest reason to tackle it early. I want to look at some little drawings. Pixel art, isometric characters. I should have watched the Adam C. Eunice. Some Adam C. Eunice stuff. This is where I could easily see us overdoing it. Let's check out Pinterest, I guess. Do I actually have a login? Let me see if I have a login. I think I do. I'm gonna be really concerned. Oh, I already have an account. I want to log in. Oh, whatever. It doesn't know me. I swear I have an account already, but it might be a personal account, so we're not gonna worry about it. Thought I saw one that was like an older man. Oh my god, this is so good. Look at this little guy. So cute. This is more what we're going for, something like this. But even simpler, because I don't know if I can draw something like this. I'll come back for some of these wood tutorials for how to draw a tree. We have not done a lot of nature. We've not done a lot of nature drawing. Let's get back to what we were looking at. Just this little guy. Something really low res. What is this probably? This is higher res than we would want. The cartoon proportions are what we want to focus on, where like the head is a third of the character, the body is like a third of a character, and then like the legs are like a third of the... We want this isometric little chibi perspective kind of thing. Oh, it's a drawing of Wirt. That's really cute. Oh my god. Red alert. 2 nerdy nerds coming in with a raiding party. Hello, nerds. Happy Friday. Friday? Do you normally stream on Fridays, nerds? That's awesome. How's it going? How was the stream? What were you working on? Thank Godot it's Friday. We're doing a game jam this weekend. Let me see if I got, we're down to jam this weekend. The Community Centered Game Jam, September 5th through 8th. It just started 4 hours ago. So we're just getting into it. 72-hour jam. We're 4 hours in. Hey, Code Fox. Hey, Sylar. Artist Nerd. Lullin. Jam time. It's going good. It's going good. We have our idea. The theme is gathering. So we want to do a really simple... my inspiration is a game like this, like the little Ropica's Idle Island. This little game where like a little frog just alternates between cutting grass and taking a nap. We're going to do that. We're going to do the equivalent of this, but for like foraging. We're going to try to keep it real tight, real small. I don't know how much of the idle game part we're going to get to, of like the incrementing numbers and like unlocking alternative skins of things. But that's okay. If we don't get to any of that, if all we have is the core loop of like a little guy that falls asleep and then wakes up and then gathers berries from a bush and then falls asleep again, that's enough for me. But yeah, this is our inspiration here. Just a little plot of land with a little cabin. We've started blocking it out where we're gonna do just a really little, like a 10 by 10. Is this 10 by 10? Yeah, we're gonna do just a little 10 by 10 grid. You'll have a little cabin in one corner, and maybe you'll have like a little chair out here where you fall asleep. Tile map trigger warning. Yeah, it's all tile maps. I learned my lesson from last time. No, we're just gonna do a 2D. We're not gonna try to layer it. Last time we tried to do like a mining game because the theme was depths, and so we had multiple tile 2D layers. But yeah, I can't not do isometric tile maps. Something's broken inside of me. I have zero interest in doing side on or top down. Every ounce of my being wants to do something isometric here, so that's what we're gonna do. But yeah, we picked a nice little desaturated little rustic palette, and we've blocked out this initial space. Like Ropica, we're probably gonna have like a little chair where the guy like falls asleep, spends most of his time sleeping. And then they'll go out, they'll gather some little material, then they'll go back, they'll bring it back into the cabin. And then they'll go back out and they'll either fall asleep or they'll go gather something else. And that's it. Your heart desires the third dimension. Yeah, it does. But their brain hates it. Yeah, so this is our idea. I'm just going to call it Idle Hands. Because why not? It doesn't have to be original. It's going to be just a little old man in a cottage that alternates between gathering and napping. We've thought of a few different gatherables that might grow slowly over time, like berries from a berry bush, maybe fruit from a fruit tree. Maybe little mushrooms off the ground. Firewood, we're still deciding about whether we want to do like little kindling or firewood. Let's say kindling. Kindling, firewood from around trees. And you could just bring that to a little fire pit that's somewhere. Like out in front of the house, there could just be a little fire pit. I don't think we're going to do the stumping thing. I'm trying to limit the number of animations I have to draw. Down to idle. Yeah, I am down to idle. I'm very selfishly... I want to make... Using Digital Iliad, which is our main game, which is all the tech from the main game, which is my auto tiler and all of that, all of this good stuff. I want to make a little idle game that's like Ropica as well. Because I want a Steam release in the next 2 years. So I'm thinking about making a Ropica-inspired little idle game where you have a small little ship, like the Serenity from Firefly, and it's basically Ropica's Idle Island, but as for a tiny cargo ship. I've got an idea for that as a side project. So I've never done an idle game before, so I'm taking the opportunity of this jam to go do an idle game, get some practice at it. But yeah, we've got a side project idle game that we're working on. I've been working on the layout in my free time while watching Firefly. I'm excited to try that. Try my hand at that. I'm going to call that one Lo-Fi Flyby, and it's going to be a little thing. But this is our practice game. This is what we're going to do to see if we have see how we like the idle genre. Yeah. And so what we were doing when you hopped in here. Anyway, if you got to go, I know it's late in your time zone. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had, I don't know what you were working on your stream. I hope you had good success. We're on Pinterest right now, and we're kind of looking at character inspiration for little character designs, because I need a 4-direction walk, and I need a little gather motion. I need a little bend over and pick something up motion, but that's like it really for animations. So we're just looking to make a little character. I kind of want to do a little anthropomorphized animal character like in Ropica, because for one thing, I think it simplifies the problem. But I don't know. I don't know what little animal we would do. Ropica's so cute. I can't do a frog because that feels like that would be a little too much. But also, maybe I could totally do a frog. Click button, make game. Yeah, exactly. You wish game dev was an idler? Yeah, so you could automate making the game itself. You don't really wish that. I know you don't really wish that. I am trying to find ways to take advantage of existing tools I have, which is why we're using our Digital Iliad tool set to try to make something small. That's not what we're doing today, though. Yeah, I don't know. Should I just do Frog? Should I just have a little old Frog? I don't know. I should probably start with a human and then see what I feel like. What is equivalent to a frog? That's the question. That's the question that I can't answer here. It'd be some kind of like little woodland creature. A panda is not a bad idea, because those are apparently deeply lazy creatures, right? Pinterest, pixel art, panda. A little old panda guy. That could be pretty funny. That's not a terribly bad idea. I need to give him a little outfit. No, I don't want... I swear I have an account for this. Why is this all I'm getting back? It's like... Yeah, that's not a terrible idea, especially because the little panda eyes. The little panda eyes are so cute. We could probably totally do a little old panda guy. Oh, I Heart Pandas votes for the panda, for a little old panda. I'm kind of tempted to do that because that makes more sense doing... Oh my god. Banned. I'm going to time you out. Yeah, I think that the pandas aren't... Oh, what about a raccoon? Raccoon might be harder. I guess they'd be similar. A raccoon is really just a kind of panda, right? They're just a trash panda. Pixel art raccoon. Oh my god. A little raccoon man. Here's one of a panda singing Creep by Radiohead. They have their little hands. They have their weird little hands. What about a little panda in like overalls? I think I'd have an easier time with a panda than a human being. Something like this little guy. What does it look like when a panda's asleep, though? I guess I would just get rid of the whites of the eyes. Why is most of the pixel art here for, like, macrame or something? Or, like... or, like, I don't know what this is called. It's a pattern for, like, sewing or something. You'll leave you to it? Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Thank you, nerds. Take it easy. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, I don't see... I think idle hands is really funny because of the way people think of raccoons and their little hands. Their little grabbers. And they're so little, I could probably get away with not showing them as, like, individual fingers. But just like a little hand. Isometric raccoon. Yeah. Maybe we just try to, like, pixel art something like this. This doesn't really look like a raccoon to me, but this really does. His little bandit, little face mask, that's important. Are you here, Smooth, in a second? How do you feel about a trash panda? A little anthropomorphized trash panda. I'd have to make a tail. That'd be a little hard for me. I guess I should look at and see how Rocket Raccoon is drawn. These are getting unhinged, all of these images. All right, this is the closest thing to, like, a useful reference that we've found so far. Let's keep looking around here. What did I search for? I don't even know what I searched for here. I really need to log into my Pinterest so I can save some of these. This little sophisticated frog, I love this so much. It's not useful for what we're currently doing, but it's so funny. Oh, this looks bomb. God, it's so easy to get distracted on Pinterest. Oh, it's the dwarf from Delicious in Dungeon. I don't remember his name. Love that character. All right, yeah. Let's try this. I'm down with this. I think this is really funny. I think it's a really funny direction to try to go. Otherwise, we're just going to do like a human and we'd have to do like a face and hair and all that stuff. I don't know. We'll see. This does not look like a raccoon the way this was drawn, but we'll still keep that up there. Raccoon pixel art. This is a good one for how the face looks. Their nose is longer, I think, than it's done here. think this is a little too snub-nosed. I'm a little concerned about the Z indexing with the tail. I guess we draw the raccoon like with just the fur and then we like add outfits. Oh, here's another good reference piece. I don't see a trash panda though. Oh, here's a couple. Yeah, this captures the essence of it. So it's that those swooping white eyebrows, the black inner eye part, the mask, the bandit mask, as it were, the white face, the black nose. Okay, I think we can do this. So what's the scale gonna be for that? Cottage. Raccoon. So this is the scale, so let's get rid of the inside, the interior. Actually, we're just gonna flip that part. So, okay, so this is the area that we have to play with. So I think the raccoon can be at most... ...16 pixels tall at most. If I want them to fit in one of these tiles cleanly. And then across... It should probably be less than 16 across. Can we capture the essence of a raccoon here at such a small scale? I think this is about the size that we have to work with here, something like this. About 16 by 20. So that means its head, if its head is about a third of that. Yeah, this is gonna be pretty low res. So what are the essential characteristics we said was like the face. This is why a raccoon is hard, is because they have a lot of details in their face, but I think we can do it. What happened to the little one that I had before here? Oh, that's fun. This is a very low res drawing of a raccoon. Let's get the overall shape. Oh my god, I love these. I get so distracted by this stuff. Oh my god, I'm just on a tangent already. Pinterest is dangerous. Oh, a bear. A bear would be pretty cool too. A little bear. That's pretty high res. Some kind of little bear-like creature is definitely the direction we're heading. A lazy bear. We could end up on, if we can't nail a raccoon, we might end up on like a bear. I don't like how I can't right click and, oh no, I can't open like a new tab. I'm dumb. A bear might be easier than a raccoon. Bear doesn't have a tail, has less facial details. Oh my god, Kermie. Okay, they're really getting on me about not logging in. I'm just gonna log in with my business account, I guess. I could have sworn I already had a Pinterest account. Let me see if I can sort this out without exposing all my my private information. Wow, I haven't checked my email in a while. I'm gonna take a bio break real quick while we wait for see if this reset link comes in. Be right back. All right. We're back. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with a bear because a bear has a lot less facial detail compared to a raccoon, and they're big and they're lumbering. So they have a simple silhouette. Since they're lumbering, I probably have a lot more forgiveness in how I do the walk animation. Hey, Code Fox, how's it going? Happy Friday. Bears are pretty big, though. So my bear character will probably be taller. which is actually okay. So we probably want to increase the size of our cabin here. Like we probably add an additional level to the cottage. Could probably move the window up like here. And that's good. The bear will be tall enough that it can probably pick fruits off of trees. The door is probably going to be just this whole thing. Might make the cabin a little bigger. Window could probably be just a hole, also a hole tile. Oh, thanks for gigantifying that emote. I didn't realize. I was so shocked by that panda dance. I didn't see the bits. Thank you. Thank you, I Heart Pandas. Sorry if I got your hopes up just to dash them. Went from pandas to trash pandas and then just to like regular, probably like a brown bear or something. And we'll probably just have the brown bear just be like naked. And then a stretch goal would be like adding little outfit variety. I think I like this. So we put a door here. We put like a window here. Maybe I outline it or something so we can see it's like something here. The real bummer is that your sit-stand redemption is off. Yes, it is. That is very much on purpose. We are not doing that. We are not doing that right now. This is like an 8-hour stream. I should be standing. We should be doing that, but I can't be bothered. But because this is like an 8-hour stream, ads are about to start, and I'm going to go make a quick snack while the ads are running. Probably just some grapes and maybe some like bread and cheese or something. But when I'm back, I think we're going to try to draw our little character. So our little character is going to be double tall. Let's call him Gatherer. Guess I gotta do the whole thing. So they're gonna be pretty big. They can probably be like... They'll probably be like 16 by 32. It's probably going to be this, our bear sprite. All right, we're in ads. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I'm going to make a snack. Hang out. Go off, do something else. Whatever you got to do. Thank you for hanging out with me. We'll be doing this all weekend. If you're jamming, good luck. You got this. Code Fox. That sounds like a great idea. All right, be right back. All right, I'm back. I got a snack. Okay, I guess I don't have a Pinterest account with this email. I never got my reset link. That's fine. Let's not worry about that. I want to look at this little guy. I think this is our inspiration here. Oh yeah, screen share. I think we'll base our model off of this little guy. Probably change him a little bit. I like the face of this one. A little bit of a nose. Over the garden wall in pixel art. It's adorable. I watch that every Halloween. It's almost time to watch that again. So cute. All right, we're back. I got my snack. I got grapes. Grapes, some toasted bread, and some cheese. And I got my drawing tablet out because we're going to start drawing. All right, so our bear will be no bigger than 16 by 32. I think that's pretty reasonable. It's bigger than what I normally draw, but I think it'll be okay because the bear can be pretty flat. Like, the bear doesn't need to have a lot of detail. This is hilarious. Yeah, this is our inspiration here. Can I scroll this way? No? You just don't want to cooperate? Alright, it won't let me do that. Where'd my little window go? This one. There we go. I think we're going to call this little guy Bernard. I realized I'm muted for a while. I was just describing my express key setup here, which doesn't matter. I like to pick keys that I can then modify on each side. So you can either have Control S or Shift S, and those both do useful things. Same thing with Control V or Shift V, etc. Some of them, not every combination is useful, but you know, you want to do what you can. All right, let's get our palette. We're going to be using here palette 31 by Matt. Matt with 3 T's. We'll probably use these 3 shades or something like that. We'll see what we like. Probably start with the darkest shade here for the shadows. So let's start with the middle shade here. And so what we want are little tiny feet. I want these little feet, these little bare feet. I want to have my grid up so I can... Well, maybe I don't want my grid yet. So little bare feet. So about a third for the feet, something like that. We can have this be like a big sweeping curve. So I'm just gonna try to get a shape, get a basic shape here. And then we'll work on refining it. So big head, big round head. He doesn't really have a neck. A good bear doesn't really have a neck, I don't think. I know this is just like a blob, but bear with me here. I like this idea of a big bear belly. Something like this. This might be too much of a belly. It's maybe too big. Probably. So focused. Yeah. I don't know if I'd say that. Let's try to get the face right. If we can get the face right, then I think we understand what we want. How are you doing, Rikia? trying to draw a bear. I need to expand the canvas just so I have some breathing room here. Yeah, no worries. Happy Friday. I like this one. Might end up with something more like this. The thing I need to keep in mind, which I am not keeping in mind, is that our bear is isometric. This is like way too side on for our setting. I think. Maybe not. Maybe this is fine. Our character can kind of break some of the rules. This doesn't look exactly like a bear. Looks pretty. It looks pretty demented, actually. This is gonna be the big struggle with this. Is really the art for me. I think we want more of this, more of like this little bear guy here. We want a view that's more from above. How do I communicate that though? I guess I try to do it in the perspective line. All right. Let's try this again. I really like this one. Can I do this one more isometric? I guess a bear's head is kind of spherical. I think I can start with that. I need to have a grid though. What? I didn't do what I wanted it to do. Yeah, this way I can at least see them midsection here. So we could have like we want like a big head in the middle. It's kind of rounded. Pretty much just a big old noggin. Maybe we want it a little more elliptic if it's going to be isometric. See if I can get an isometric bear here. Oh, that's super cute. Bear Island. Yeah, their heads really are just kind of mostly spherical, huh? Maybe we move this part down a little. Yeah, I think my circle needs to be a little more oval. The ears should not be. I should do it aligned with perspective, right? Because I need 4 directions for this. So I should actually be trying to do this. Let me add a grid. Let me add a perspective grid here. Bring that one. Come on, buddy. There we go. Yeah, whatever. I say grid. This is the part that I'm going to struggle on the hardest. Is getting this the initial character stuff down. I think once we get going, we'll get a rhythm for it. I think the hardest thing is just going to get started. But yeah, I think I need to make sure that I'm doing this in the grid perspective. I'm too used to doing it where the characters are side on, which I think I could get away with. I think it's okay if we end up being a little more side on than strictly isometric with the character art, but we want to do something. I want to try to get close. Did I? Hold on a second. I think this is supposed to be more like this. I'm a little confused. Ah, I see. I see the problem. Do it like this. So an argument can be made for making this even simpler. I don't know if I'm going to make that argument, though. All right, so here's the perspective. This should give us an idea of where in the grid they are. So their feet are down at the center of one tile, and their head is up above, up into another. So yeah, so we don't want this side-on blob thing. Oh, jeez. If I just do like a silhouette first, or like a skeleton. Something like this. So we want their feet to be here. We want that to be about a third. I want to add the grid going this way too. It's not exactly thirds. I guess I could make it thirds. No, we don't want exactly thirds. We want squat little legs. We want like a big round body. Okay, the legs aren't going to be like this. Here's one thing. Here's one thing. Okay, so I want to make this canvas bigger so I can actually see what I'm doing. Let's call it 64. All right, so here's two tiles. We We want his feet, we don't want them planted like this. We actually want them staggered. So we want them in a line. We want them in this line. I'm going to draw him facing left because that seems like that's just intuitively seems to be what I'm trying to do here. So we'll draw like an outline. So the feet will be planted somewhere around here. It'll probably be tighter than that. It's probably gonna have little legs and like a big body. We'll have the legs be like stop around here or something. Little legs. His head needs to stop up here. So his head will probably be around this size. His head will be like, oh, that's the wrong layer. His head will be up to about here. Like maybe the top of his head would be like around this. Something like that. Probably a little bigger. And then I'll have a big old body. Something like this. Again, the bears don't really have necks. So I think we're looking at something like this for scale. Big round body that's about half its size, and then little legs and a little round head. I think that's about what we want. So we want to draw something over this. Guess we put some little stubby arms too. Little stubby arms about the size of the legs. I guess we'd only see one of them from this angle. Something like this. So now the trick is to just get this to be... I think we'll probably have more of a belly. Probably won't be quite so symmetrical. How's everyone else doing? Anyone else here doing the jam? How are you feeling so far? Ideating, iterating, just hanging out. Beautiful Friday. I'm very tempted to basically do a Rilakkuma bear. I think we can do one big continuous swoop from the head to the arms, maybe. We might be able to just make the whole thing just this one arcing line. I'm gonna call this like silhouette. And this was like the skeleton. So a silhouette for this could be a big arcing thing. It's gonna be hard for me to draw. If we do that, we want like kind of a narrow head. Oh boy, how did I do that? think we need a little bit of a neck, or like the suggestion of a neck. I kind of like this one though. I kind of like this big swoopy no neck thing. I kind of like this hunched look too. I guess we don't want to go too crazy. We want to make them kind of person-like. We're going to make them little outfits, potentially. Or make it so that one could make little outfits. I do really like this kind of approach. I think I want to kind of do this, but from our perspective, which I think we're getting close to. I think his head is a little too wide right now. That's what I've done to him. You know what I don't like about drawing is how you have no idea what's going on until stuff just kind of starts coming together. I don't love that. I guess programming is not that much different. Because I just have I don't have a lot of intuition for drawing. Kind of bothers me. What I need is I need some like little arms or something that I can do. Also would like the suggestion of more of a belly, kind of like this guy. I like the little face, though. Man. I was drawn on the wrong layer. Oh, wrong layer Dave, they call me. He's coming together a little bit. This is gonna be hard to animate for someone of my skill level, but we only need a walk cycle and him picking stuff up, bending over to pick stuff up, and him asleep in his chair. We only need 3 animations, although 2 of those animations we need in 4 directions. But we'll see. This tonight is going to be me watching like Adam C. Eunice like animation videos, just like trying to figure out how to do this. I don't think I have his head quite right. His head is like taller, but it is we are doing isometric, so we are doing more of a look down from above. All right, let's try to put some arms on here. I'm going to put the arms on a different color just so I can see them for now. Just need to figure out where they start and where they end. They'll probably start further back. Probably big and stumpy like his feet. That's too long. They start up here. They start like here. I'm gonna maybe do the far arm first, which we shouldn't get to see most of, actually. I think I made this guy a little too top heavy, but I think that'll be good once we get these arms in here. Can't I undo any of this? The heck? Oh. I'm not sure about the arms. I'm having a hard time with them. We should maybe start around here. So I'm trying to work out where the shadow would be, where the underside of their arm would be. Maybe it's like actually really close to the edge here. Maybe it's behind this. We can't really see the arms. The left arm, the right arm at least. So I don't know about, I think the ears want to be further in like this. Body is locked. What the heck? Maybe bringing in the ears could be good. Smoothing out the head a little bit. That's maybe too smooth. No, I guess I don't like any of that. Okay, maybe the arm. The arm extends out from here. The other question is like, what kind of appendages do I want to bother with? I've got little tiny feet. Probably just want like a little gripper. Oh, this is shit. This is really not my strong suit, but, you know, we're working on it. Yeah, I'm struggling with the arms a lot. I guess the arm here is going to be defined almost entirely by the shadow. The way this does it is there's this big arch here, and then there's an arm that goes out. Maybe that's what I should try to do. Maybe they should just be little stumpy things and they kind of go out more. Put more of a shadow under the arm. There we go. That's something. I might say this is good enough for now. This sort of thing. I'm reasonably pleased with this. I need to send someone a screenshot of this and get some professional opinioning on it. Yeah, I think this is okay for now. I think he's a little weird and misshapen, but he's all right, and he's the correct scale. So he fits in here. I guess I'll double check to validate that. Yeah, he'll fit in his little house. His window is going to need to be bigger. We'll just have a big ass window here. But yeah, I appreciate the encouragement. Because yeah, when I see my art, I'm just like, this is the worst thing ever. But I'm happy with this for now. Animating this is going to be a huge pain. And I'm going to be super honest. I'm probably going to animate this by myself off stream. Otherwise, y'all will have to like hear me just like yelling about it. So I think I will export this in its current form. And we'll use this as the basic concept. Kind of want to work on his cottage a little bit. Cottage I'm going to need to make in pieces. If I want the Z indexing to work correctly. Although maybe not. I think I kind of want to mock up his cabin a little bit. Not that that's like a good use of time. I would probably be better off making some tiles. Some like ground and grass tiles and stuff. Okay, I think I made his head a little less lopsided. He has quite a belly. But he's a bear. You say that I don't do art. I spend 90% of my time programming. But thank you. Thank you, Rick. Yeah. Yeah, I think this came together okay. Getting it in motion is going to be hard, but it's okay. We'll do keyframes first. I'm not going to do any of that right now, though. What I should do is a basic tile set so that we can start laying out the area. Oh, yeah, Matthew, we're just getting started. We're doing a jam. We're doing a weekend jam. We're doing down to jam for the next 72 hours. We're making a little idle game based off of Ropica's Idle Island. Sorry for all the eating sounds. I'm trying to mute, but then I forget to unmute. But yeah, I think we've got our main character, aka Bernard, who's gonna be our little guy wandering around gathering berries and stuff. And we have a layout for the level. There's gonna be a little cabin on the left. There's going to be a little area here with like trees, with some trees and some bushes and grass and stuff. And they'll just wander around picking stuff up. Oh my God. Red alert. Raid alert. Automate Games is coming in. Woo! Isometric. Hey, Otter. Yeah, we are doing isometric. I was talking about the fact that I'm broken and I can only do isometric art. I like don't want to do side on or top down or anything. But we are. How was your stream? We are down to jam this weekend. We are doing the down to jam. We've got almost 3 days left. We just started this morning. The theme of the jam is gathering. Love the artwork. Thank you. Yeah, I was talking about how I have no training and very little experience in art, but I like art, pixel art a lot, and we're trying to make it work. We're gonna make a little idle game, kind of based around Ropica's Idle Island, which is a little game about a frog with a cabin who just sits around, alternating between taking a nap and cutting the grass in their yard. We're going to do a little gathering version of that. I don't know how much idle game stuff we're going to fit in, like as far as like upgrades and stuff, but that should be pretty easy. But yeah, we've got a little layout. We've got a little limited play area. There's going to be a little cabin. We just finished the first draft of our character, Bernard, who's our little Ropica equivalent. Oh, Roy, you're going for the falling block style jam that's coming up within the week? Nice, nice. Yeah, the nerdy nerds came in earlier and rated us, and it might have given me the seed of the idea for the name. But yeah, I hope your work's going well too, Otter. If you got a raid and run, no worries. Happy Friday. Yeah, isometric is clearly the superior 2D perspective, Matthew Sparks. I agree. Yeah, you're working on your doggy game. No worries. I love your game as well. Any game about dogs is a good game in my book. So we did the draft of this bear, which was really hard. I think I'm going to animate him later, probably off stream. try to make some key animations and like refine the drawing a little bit. But this came together pretty quickly. I'm kind of surprised. We definitely had some help from like Pinterest. But nobody had an isometric version of this, so we had to improvise a little bit. I wanted to do something like this. That would have been cool. I probably will add some shading. Like maybe we'll have like a little shading on the belly. I don't know. I want to make it pretty flat. I like this one. I like the flatness of this one a lot. I think I didn't quite get his bulk. This guy's belly, it goes down to the floor though, which is maybe a little too far. But yeah, we're reasonably happy with this initial draft. What I want to do is I want to start drafting up the cabin. But what I should do is something else. I'm gonna put this little guy in here so that we can see what we're doing. Oh, I didn't want to add the whole layer. It's me not knowing what I'm doing. I don't know why I did his arms on a separate layer. All right, so we have our little oh. I put you on the wrong layer, didn't I? Yes, I did. So embarrassing. New layer. Bernard. But yeah, we're going pretty hard this jam. We'll probably do 3 8-hour streams plus whatever I can manage to do on my own in my own time. Stop copying the whole layer. I don't know how to use these tools is one of the main obvious things about how I am just... Don't copy the whole layer. Just copy the little guy. It's the problem with being a solo dev. I'm not particularly good at anything. Bit of a problem. And yet I have to do everything. Okay, we've got our Bernard layer, so we can move him around and we can start filling out our little... So yeah, my temptation is to knock up a draft of the cabin. Throw that in there. Start to develop a bit of a visual design for it. I mean, what I should be doing is getting some gameplay going, but who can be bothered? I'm less concerned about the gameplay with this one. Solo dev wearing all the hats. Yeah, you need a wrong layer counter. Yeah, we all do. Yeah, let's knock up... Let's draft... Let's do the fun thing that we want to do, which is to draft up a version of the cabin. And then we'll do the responsible thing and we'll make a basic tile set for the floor. And then we'll start... Then we'll build the... We'll make the project and start putting things in, I think. So I don't need animations to start, but I do need like a berry bush and like a chair. You know, if I didn't want to draw the bear sleeping, I could just have him go in the cottage and have like Z's coming out the window. That's like not a bad idea. I think it would be cuter if he had like a little chair out here to like fall asleep on, like Ropuka. But it would not be a bad start to just have something. What do I need size-wise for this? Let's say 128 by 128, why not? Or 128 by... Yeah, let's just start with 128 by 128. Oh, what just happened? Gotta feed the doggos. No worries. Thanks for the lurk. Good luck with the jam. Thank you. Thank you so much, Otter Makes Games. We're off to a strong start conceptually, but we'll see. There's still plenty of time to crash and burn. Yeah, I think today is mostly going to be spent on getting the concept together, like the idea of the scale, the basic art needs, and stuff like that. Oh my god. Wrong layer alert. It's going to be like a little fireplace. Yeah, I don't mind the idea of Bernard just going into the cabin to sleep. Then we only need to do 2 animations. We need walking and we need gathering. And that's it. But we do need them in 4 directions. So pretty significant. So this is the little outside part of the thing. I still need like an interior part of it. Question is, how does that work? What did the theme end up being for the jam? The theme is gathering, Matthew Sparks. So let's get the draft of the house. Well, let's finish the grid real quick. I don't know why I say people's full names on YouTube. I shouldn't. I just read them like their usernames, and then I have to remember that they're like actual names. Coleman Bingo. Gathering. You can see the flood of farming pixel art assets in your mind already. Yeah, yeah. I immediately posted like a picture of like the villagers from like Age of Empires 2 collecting berry bushes. I think the bear, it took us a while to decide that we were going to do a bear character, but that seems like such a appropriate character now that I'm, you know, now that I'm thinking about it. Because bears are gathering, they gather berries, they gather honey, they gather fish. I thought I was gonna need to do like a fishing rod thing, and then I realized that since this character's a bear, they can just reach into the pond and pull fish out. I don't know why I'm insisting on finishing this grid. Probably because I really like downtime activities. These lights are really bright. I might turn my lights down a little bit. I forget how physically straining like an 8-hour stream can be. What's the lights on now? Like 10%? Yeah, let's make it 5%. Much better. If anyone else is jamming or doing any game dev or anything right now this weekend, I'd love to hear about it. If everyone's just lurking and hanging out, that's also cool. All right, so we're gonna do, this is approximately gonna be the cottage. It's a 5x3 by 3. We'll probably have like an angled roof. I should probably do the house and then do the roof as a separate layer. Start with draft though. Will we outline the cabin? I don't know. Bernard's not outlined. This might be a non-outlined game. Should be kind of interesting. We don't have a ton of browns. We got to be a little careful with that. Maybe we use these 2 browns for the house so that Bernard doesn't conflict with them. These 2 browns here. No, why not? We'll probably do some board-like things. But let's just draft it out first. I guess it's not terribly an issue if we use similar browns on the house as we do for Bernard here. Well, should be able to just drag across here. Man, A-Sprite does pretty good doing the 2x1 isometric diagonal lines. It does not do well when you're trying to do 4x1. My precious 4x1. You know, it's probably not going to be the color that we use. I'm already not enjoying it. This might be the color we use for Bernard. No, I like Bernard's colors. Well, let's see. Oh, that's horrible. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to use those for. I guess we use the same browns. Maybe we should have picked a palette with more browns. We'll see if there's an issue. We could make the house generally a lot brighter. That would probably solve a lot of these problems. So I want what I want is a big window. Because I want Bernard to enter the house and walk in front of this big window. I think that'd be neat. Maybe I will end up using outlines for the house. I'm very much an outline kind of guy here. Kind of just like them. Oh, how did I mess that up? So yeah, like big picture window. So he walks in. So Bernard walks in and walks to the left, and you can just see him walking past. And then he'll turn again to the right and walk off screen. That's like that's the idea. Anytime he enters and exits the cabin, that's kind of what it would look like. I will not draw the chimney right now. We'll add the chimney, I think. So the light source is generally coming up and to the left. Or up and from up and to the left. Well, I ended up with an outline here, which is not what I wanted. And if I'm going to do that, the outline might as well be black, because then I can at least use colors for the rest of it. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do, because then that at least adds a little more distinction when Bernard passes through here. Bernardo is going to get a crack out of that. All right, yeah, let's do the outline. Then that frees up these colors for us to use. Oh, that's not a particularly brown. We need like a woody texturing. We'll probably just go back and forth and do some boards. Let's just pick a stand-in color here. We need a roof. That'll probably use the darker color for like a shingles or some kind of deal. So the roof I want to project. I don't want to project it over. I want to project it pretty close to out. And we don't want to overshoot because we do have that chimney. Let's actually add the chimney layer. Chimney can be like stone or something. It can be like blocks of stone. Move this to the other side here. I might end up expanding my palette a little bit. We'll see. I like a limited palette, and it might end up being just totally fine. I just might need to get a little more creative with my usage of it. I like it though. I need to use a different color just so I can see it. Good fun with palettes. Yeah, I picked one. I picked 31 by Matt, which was good. Which is a good start. But I might want to revisit. This is a pretty nice one. I think I need to be more adventurous with... like, I need to be more willing to ramp into the redder parts of it or something. I'm not a color person, so I don't know a lot. But I might want some more browns. Just between the brown cabin and the brown bear and this or that. All right, so we'll have a chimney that kind of sticks up and out like from here. It's going to go up and up and up and up. To somewhere. Not really quite sure how far up I want to take this, but it doesn't really matter. That's another thing I don't know how to do. I don't know how to not just do outlines everywhere. I'm just going to put the top of it here, and then we'll probably move it when I actually decide where I want the chimney to terminate. I want it to be on screen so we can see some little smoke particle effects or something coming out of it. Something like that. Maybe a little shorter. I don't know if this is viewable on screen. It's not. I would need it to stop just above the roof here. So a little lower than that. Shorten it quite a bit here. They're like around there. Probably give it a little cap later, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. There's no real good way to do this the way I have this set up here. Might have to just have this whole thing be like this and just cover it with particle effects. Probably what I'll do. Like that. It's that or make it a little bigger so that there's a middle part to it. But yeah, a little cabin in the woods. Let's figure out the roof dimensions here. Kind of want something like this. Oh, do we just do this? Do we just do it like this? Is there a version of this that's consistent? There maybe is. Let's find the middle point first, I guess. That's 24, so the midpoint is 12. No, that's 48. So the midpoint is 24. So that's the midpoint right there. So we could have the roof slick back like that. How high up do I want the roof? Probably want a fairly flat roof. You're not going to see almost any of it. It doesn't really matter. Or maybe one block up or something like that. Maybe just something like that. I want to hang over a little, but not really. I want it to suggest that it hangs over without actually doing it. Like that, maybe. Then it really doesn't matter what it does in the back. I guess it'll go from here, actually. It's weird. I think this is fine. You're not going to see this. It's going to be hard to tell what it's doing. Let's hide the chimney for a second. Figure this out too. Oh, you should do this then. This whole thing should go up by one. Music is weird. It's fine if this extends up like that. And then over here it will extend out. And we'll just copy this part over. All right, and I think that'll be okay. I think that'll be okie dokie with us here. Oakley dokley. So it doesn't extend past, which is good because I want us to be able to see that, but we can also shadow underneath the roof. So on the house, we can use a darker shade here. First, let's do the thing we normally do. Well, let's finish the line work.
The base. The base.
All right, so we don't have any shading, but I'm okay with this basic outline setup. It's super simple, but I think I'll be fine. All it needs to do is a place for Bernard to walk into, walk past the window, and then disappear into the back, and then just for big loud Z's to be coming out of. I think it's gonna be really funny if we use like a stamina timer thing like Ropica does, where like Bernard drops something off in the cabin, then comes back out, runs out of stamina, changes his mind, turns around, and then just goes back into the cabin to fall asleep again. I think that'll be funny. I think I messed up this doorway. I think it's got to be like this. I mean, we can paint like a nicer door. A nicer door frame. Oh, maybe we probably want a little crisscrossy window stuff going on here. I wasn't going to, but then I saw it because the grid came up and I think I like it. We'll worry about that later. All right, basic cottage. We'll probably do like a tile roof, and then we'll probably paint some boards crosswise. Give it a boarded look. Could also make it brick or something. We have some reds that we just don't use. This isn't really a brick red though, but it could be. Just because there's so much other like woody elements, it might be kind of funny if this is like a little brick thing. I don't know if that would be cool. What would that look like? It's a good mortar. It's a good mortar color. I don't think that's quite right for a brick pattern. I was considering making like a little brick pattern. I haven't totally unlocked it yet, but thing is we need a vertical line. I just don't want quite as many vertical lines as I think I would be tempted to have. That's maybe a good brick pattern. I think I want a bit bigger palette. I'm trying to do here. I need to break it up vertically if I want to try to do this brick thing. Yeah, that doesn't look good though. I kind of like the other weird little pattern I have here, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe we got to go back to boards. Maybe this brick idea I have is no good. Let's not worry about that right now anyway. Oop. Might move everything forward. So if I do this and now I try to move this, yeah, we trim everything off the edge. Probably put this a little further forward. Like this. Oh, I don't want that tangent though. What if we do it like here? I guess we could put it more centered or more prominent. We could put it like here. I don't hate that placement. Could extend this part up now. It's fine. You'd probably want to extend your chimney up past your roof anyway. Probably safer. And there's room for it now. All right, so we got stuff going on there. We've decided we're gonna have like maybe a pond up here. Okay, so we got Bernard, we got his little house. We need to figure out the color. So he can walk in here, walk this way. He'll be right in front of, oh, you can't really see him. Oh, no, you can. He'll just almost get cut off by the window. If that's an issue, we can raise the window slightly. And then he'll walk off and go to sleep in the back of the house. Okay. All right. What do I want to do now? Might pallet chop a little bit. Kind of tempted to try Fantasy 24. There's so many browns and reds and some warm colors that I think we'll mostly be using. Yeah, there's not a lot of ramp though. I don't know. Maybe not. 31 is so good. Problem is we just need so many browns. We need browns for the tree. We need browns for Bernard. We need browns for the wood the log cabin. Your votes for Fantasy 24. Yeah, I like that one. It's very intense, but I don't think that's a terribly bad thing. It is really nice on the eyes. It's only really got one set of greens, which is a little bit of an issue, but not really. Not really an issue for us. I'm gonna open Fantasy 24 as a tab. We had another one that we liked when we were looking before. We had a couple that we liked. What are we sorting by? Downloads? Yeah, okay. You didn't start yet, Bad Cop? You got plenty of time. You just have to make Magic the Gathering, right? I did start, but I've decided I'm making a idle game like Ropuka's Idle Island. Just a little game where you're just a little guy with your little cabin and you're just picking berries and stuff. So I might not end up with a game. I might end up with something and it's not a game. It might just be a little creature wandering around picking up berries and you don't get to do anything. The player doesn't do anything. We've decided our layout. We've made a draft of our little character. We're gathering the willpower to live first. This is going to be a pain to animate, but I really only need 2 animations. I need walking and I need like picking, which is just like bending over and picking something up. Or I guess maybe reaching up and picking something up. I don't know. Maybe just bending over and picking something up. Maybe you can only pick fruit off a fruit tree once the fruit has fallen from the tree. I don't know. I don't know how I want to animate that. Ugh. But right now we're shopping for some shopping for another palette because this palette's nice, but it's only got like 3 brown colors that I feel like I can use for some of this stuff. And I want to draw his cabin. We'll do that later. The drawing the cabin later, or painting the cabin later, but he's just gonna alternate between going into his cabin to sleep and coming out to like pick things. What was I doing? Oh yeah, palette shopping. There was one that I saw last time that I was really interested in. Comfy 52 was one I was really interested in. Was it Comfy 52 or was it something else? No, it wasn't. This was one that we were looking at, yeah. It's only got really one ramp of green. It's got a blue-green, but I don't really want a blue-green. It's got so many browns, though. No shortage of browns. I think it's a little too cool for what we're trying to do. Where's the other one that I found? I regret closing the window where I had all these. Gora 63. This is like an expanded Apollo. Could be nice. Lots of browns. Two different like brown gradients. Am I using mouse? Yeah. Hey, Mom. Welcome in. Yeah, there's a lot of browns here, which I like. We could put Bernard on a different brown ramp than the cottage, and that would be very good. Lots of greens to use too. And some nice blues for our little pond. Big palette with 7 colors and 9 shades. This is a ton. So it's got the Apollo base colors, and then it just goes crazy. The greens are very cool, which I don't know if I love. This also has just a ton of browns. You know, you can click with your middle mouse on any link and it will guarantee opening a new tab. No, I did not know that. Oh, that's neat. Thank you. Happy Friday. And then Fantasy 24. This has all the browns I need. It's got a limited set of greens, but like I'm kind of okay with that. It would give us more of a fall kind of vibe, and I kind of like that. It's very intense. It's maybe the only thing about it. It's got some nice reds, though. I always like a good red. When a palette doesn't have a good red, I get kind of upset. So we could use this kind of brown for our bear friend. We could use these 3 colors. And then we could use these orangey or kind of woodier colors for like the house or in the trees and stuff. And then we could at least guarantee some differentiation between them without having to do this whole thing. Have this enormous palette. That's maybe a little too cool for me. This one's also too cool. It's kind of weird. Jumping down from 31 to 24 feels a little strange, but you know, it's what Matthew voted for, so I think I'm willing to give it a try. I just won't close those tabs for now. Oh, look at us. Look at us with Bernard there on the little front page of Down to Jam. 90 minutes of thinking. I like this. 7 stops till boss. Oh, this is kind of fun. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, this is Honest Dan. Okay, I was like, what are we doing? That's fun. You can use middle mouse button to close it. What, like I go up here and I... Oh... Man, middle mouse button. Very cool. All right, let's try this new palette. I do like the idea of a limited palette. I didn't want to go up to a 64 color palette. I really want to try to make a minimal palette work. Oh, I need to do something here. Actually, can I just open? Well, I do kind of want this in the folder. Yeah, I think this will actually have a really nice kind of fall tone to it. A lot of warm colors that you can differentiate with. Good call, Matthew. Good call. So now I just got to rearrange these here. So first time Godot? Nope. This is our fourth attempt at doing a jam every time. This is our fourth game jam in Godot, and hopefully our third time finishing. One hopes. Are you jamming this weekend? Are you down to jam? It's always the question. Especially this weekend, it's the question. I don't totally understand how this set has been organized, but, you know, maybe I organized this myself. I usually go by the way that the creator lays them out, but I actually don't understand the reasoning of the way this is laid out here. I think I'm gonna put the coolest colors at the end here. Third time's always the one. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, the first time we had a strong beginner's luck and we kind of just did it. The second time we had an easy time because we were allowed to use pre-made assets. And then the third time is when I overscoped and just died. Kind of want to put this like this. I don't know how to arrange this, but I'm just doing what I feel makes sense here. I don't know. This brown is kind of left all on its own. Doesn't really matter. I don't totally understand the difference between this one and this one. Are these the same colors? No, they're not. Or are they? No, they're pretty close. This is a little more reddish. It's a little more brown. Might put you here. Yeah, that seems good enough. Save palette. Fantasy 24. All right. Let's look at Bernard first. Bernard. What did I say I was going to use for this one? Like these grayer ones? Doesn't seem right, but maybe we'll do it. Maybe Bernard's like a black bear. Oh my god, that was cursed. This is a little too dark, maybe. It's a little, there's not enough differentiation there. We need a lighter color. That's a little weird. Maybe like this. Kind of like that. I don't know. We'll bounce around. We'll try different things. He looks a little sickly. We'll have to but there are a lot more browns, so we'll be able to color. We'll be able to color the cottage a very different set of colors. Actually, we'll probably use these colors for the cottage. We want our character to be vibrant, right? That's too vibrant. We want our character to be relatively vibrant. That's... Okay, maybe we made a mistake. Maybe we went too far. I might need to make some choices later offline. Oh well. Maybe we take a break from art for a little while here. Kind of like this one better. Yeah, we'll figure something out. There might be something we already have here that would just be fine. It was maybe a mistake not to just use a bigger palette, like Splendor 128 or something. This one doesn't have any reds. Not really. It's got a lot of browns though, and greens, various kind. It's maybe more of what we need. We just need some little berry colors. It's really the only kind of reds we need. All right, what should we do? We should probably start setting up the project, huh? Start thinking about the mechanical basis for all this stuff. Oh, I kind of like something like this Hilda 32. Actually, there's no greens here. Well, they're these yellowish colors. This might be a problem. I'm pigeonholing in something because I don't have an idea about the way forward at this very moment. It's kind of typical. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put the art down for a second here, so I can kind of recalibrate. Let's change direction. This is the wrong Godot version. I'm going to do that a lot. Godot engine versions 4.4. We want 4.4.1 stable. Seems fine. We'll make the project with that. Create. Idle hands. Not OneDrive. Godot only wants to create folders in OneDrive. I don't know how many times I can tell it to not do that. No, just this folder, please. Compatibility, version control metadata git. You don't need to create it. Just use this one.
Se puede unir a la línea mediante los kits de sujeción que vienen incluidos, con pegamento de cianofilato o anudándolo con seda de montaje.
I'm calling this idle hands. I could also call it bare necessities. People have multiple games named that. Of course they do. I couldn't find an idle hands game. Well, I found a board game, but no one has a game on itch named that. There's idle hand makes the devil's work. Bare necessities sounds pretty funny though. Obviously a little wordy. Also impossible to tell how the name is spelled by just saying it. Bare hands. You can't just smash them together. This game on itch is pretty good. It's a 4-player local co-op. That's insane. I might just call it Bare Necessities. I don't care if there's another game with that name. It's just a jam game. It's also a joke about how bare this game is going to be.
Everything's going wrong. Can I be your everything?
All right, so let's set this up. This is going to be 2D. Root node probably shouldn't be a node 2D. Should probably just be a regular node. Well, maybe the game node could be a node 2D. Nah. All right, the obligatory project settings stuff, mostly around the display. What did I decide on? 320 by 180. Very small. Now the usual 2D stuff. I don't remember where most of this is. I create so few projects. Formats? No. Textures? I thought it was this. Default texture filter. Oh, I want to set this to nearest. I turn off the advanced stuff. Snap 2D transforms to pixels. Oh, that sounds fun. I'm not actually going to have a camera 2D. We're not going to do any kind of moving of any of that stuff. I think I did the things that I need to do here. Oh, stretch mode, right. Viewport, aspect, keep, scale mode, integer. That's what I was looking for. All right, so here's our window. So is everything going to be inside? Maybe this should be a node 2D. So that way at least all the Z sorting stuff will, or the Y sort stuff will work. We'll call this call it the tile map for now. Make a tile map layer. Give it a new tile set. That new tile set will be isometric. It will be 32 by 16. We need an offset. Are we just putting it in the middle? Not quite. Not quite. We could. Could pretty much put it in the middle. Looks like a honey bear with this color set. Hey, Dime Novel Hero. It is a jam. We're making a little idle game based off of Rokupa's Idle Island here. Just a little game about a creature that's just wandering around his little area. We are not going to have nice grass like this. I don't know how I would do that. Maybe we'll figure it out, because a shader is something we are allowed to use if we have it, if we can find a shader. But let's not worry about that right now. We're not going to do any of that, any of this pick and alternative unlocking stuff. We're barely going to probably get the basic functionality in place, which is just a little guy wandering around his little place, gathering stuff. This is our little guy. He probably should have some clothes on, but that should be something that you can unlock. We just have a really limited playfield so far that we're thinking of. Just a really small grid. Put some berry bushes, put some little trees, maybe a pond. It's going to be mostly art, which I'm not particularly good at. So we're taking a break and we're setting up the environment a little bit. I don't know how much we can do here without, you know, making more art, but I just needed a little break from that. 160. So 90. I think this is about right. This is right in the middle. It's hard to tell without plugging in an actual tile here. I guess we should make some tiles, huh? I did just say we wanted to not do art for a second, but we might need to make some tiles. So 7, 8, 9. So we'll have this tile map layer. This will be all the game. This will be where the environment sits. We're gonna need a little state machine, but I don't know quite where we're gonna put that. Yeah, I guess we need some tiles. Still not happy with any of the palettes that we have. I'm gonna open mats though. So we need some dirt. We need some grass. I guess we should start with just grass. It's gonna be hard to make this look any kind of decent. Is it a jelly? Hey JD, what's a jelly? I'm gonna lower this because this is probably going to exceed vertically where it should be. It's gonna be a little weird. It should be fine. So we need some kind of grass-like texture. Someone asked if it's a jam. Ah, I see. Sorry, I've been doing this long enough where my brain is jelly. If I was super neat, we'd be doing this with like a mesh or a shader or something. But I think I'm just gonna draw some stuff. I guess it doesn't need to be much. We don't need tall grass, we just need some grass. And in fact, tall grass might be quite bad because the character won't look right walking through it. Then we'll add bushes and stuff. I guess in that case, what I want to do is I actually do want to limit it to this area. What's your plan? We're doing a little tiny little idle game where you've got like a little cabin, a little duder who takes lots of naps and then just wanders around gathering stuff. That's the goal. Kind of like this Ropika's Idle Island here. We've mostly been ideating, so we've got a layout in mind. We've got a little main character sprite that I'm gonna need to animate, which is gonna be a pain in the butt. But we got Bernard the bear here. I don't like this coloring of him. I like this better. And he's just gonna wander out of his cabin, gather some stuff up, and wander back in and take a nap. You're gonna go out on a limb and say I have a thing for isometrics. I literally can't do anything else. Anytime I attempt to do something else, I just end up back here. I don't even know if I'm going to make a game this time. This seems like we're just going to make a thing that occurs that you can watch. Because these games have, like, most of the gameplay is in, like, improving their stats or upgrading and unlocking things. And it's like, I'm not going to have time to make any of that content. So that's fine. That's fine. I really wanted to make an idle game. So we're just going to see what we can do. We'll see. We might not get a game out of it. We might just get a thing that kind of plays itself. All of the work in this one is going to really be on the art side, which is not my strong suit. But, you know, we're going to just do it. I'm just going to spray paint. This is not going to be very pretty. We just need something. I'll make variety later. I don't even want to make a lot of variety right now. That could be a lot worse. I'll just make a large variety of these, and we'll just swap between them. We'll have some dirt ones, too. We'll make a terrain set eventually. I just don't want to do that right now. Visual novels are games, too. Oh, JD, you're doing a double you're doing an experiential, experimental submission. You're going to attempt to gather viewers by going into random streams and say, hey, look at me. I'm a streamer. Come watch. You better be careful. You might get raided. Might get raided soon. All right, let's put this in here. We'll call this environmental tile set atlas. Gathering. I see what you're doing. I see. I'm slow on the uptake right now. I'll have to read about how we use tile sets. Or tile terrain sets or whatever. Terrains. We'll have to make some terrains. We'll have to make a 15 tile terrain with dirt and grass. The pond I'll probably just do by hand. I don't think I want to have to make a terrain set. Let's look into it. Let's do some research right now. Why not? Let's look at the Godot docs. I'm gonna need to make some tea soon. I'm starting to feel the fatigue. If I'm still going in 14 hours, no, hopefully not. My plan was to go for a couple more hours. We'll see. I'm gonna try it. Let's look at for terrains. My problem is I just have an auto tiler, so I don't think about any of this. Oh yeah, you paint the terrain connections. You make one of these sorts of things. 15 tile set. I don't want somebody's custom node. I just want to look at the format. Is this it? This is for... Okay, so this is the format. Oh, this is the dual grid stuff. I don't know if I want to use a dual grid, but I guess that's the way that you do this. I don't even know if I can easily use a dual grid with a... Oh no, I guess I could. I could easily set up a dual grid. We're not going to do that right now, though. Alright, so we'll have some grass sections. I should paint like a little bush. Should try to paint like a little bush. It's not a little bush. But I think I'll be able to achieve something pretty close, given a little time. What I could do is I could do a circular one and then cut it down. To Pinterest. Yeah, that's what I want. I want like a half circle, something close to a half circle near the top. Ah, I see. I went all in on this concept that is going to require a ton of nature art, and I have not done that before. So this will be interesting. So I do something like this. Maybe something like this. Then I get rid of the bottom. We flatten out the bottom. It does need to fit in a tile set, though. Oh, this will be on its own layer, huh? Right. I need an underlying grid. Probably need to move this to the bottom. Oh. So we're pretty much only going to be concerned with doing these. So I'm just going to... Oh. You're in the wrong spot. There we go. Oh, you're also in the wrong spot. How did I do this so wrong? Oh my god. Alright, so yeah, so we'll have this grid pattern in the back here. That will help me judge the dimensions of everything we need to draw here. I think we're going to try to just put it all on one tile set, because why not? This is a small enough game where it should be able to all go on one tile set. It's gonna be like the grass layer. Can make a layer for bushes. We'll see about things like trees. We might just have just one tile set atlas. So we'll have a bunch of grass tiles that we can randomly swap between. I might not use a tile set for the edges. Oh, this looks so good. That's nice. Some of these bigger patterns for the ground tiles. You know what's maybe a mistake? Doing the background, doing the furthest back layer of the background as tiles. It might be better and easier and better to just do a single piece of art and have it be flat. And then save the tile map layer for stuff that grows on top, like bushes, trees, things that will... Maybe we don't need a tile set layer at all, or tile map layer at all. You've been fighting that battle in your head for months now. Yeah, fair. I'm just thinking, because our whole viewport is 320 by 180, might just be better to just draw the backdrop. I mean, I'll probably want to draw different elements, but I think it might be easier for me to just make this as one piece. I mean, I'll still probably need to put it in the engine in multiple pieces, but I might just do everything as nodes and not actually have a tile map layer. Which would be refreshing, because in my main game, I have hundreds of tile map layers. But I also don't have to draw, I don't have to handle any of the drawing logic, because auto tiler. Yeah, maybe I need to think of this as a single piece. Then I don't have to worry about tiles repeating themselves and stuff and weird things like that. I can just try to work with one piece. I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good idea. Okay, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So forget about this environmental tile set object. I'm gonna go into the file here. Get rid of that. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna have a single environmental art piece. 320 by... Well, I'll probably draw out the pieces separately and then combine them all in this file. Except for the grass. I might just put that in here. I'll call this like the base layer or something. We're gonna call this the environmental backdrop. Yeah, maybe we don't use a tile map layer. Well, we do. Well, again, maybe we don't. The only reason we would want that is if we're like moving stuff around. I mean, I guess we'll have a tile map layer for pathfinding purposes, because that will make it easier to build out a pathfinding system or pathfinding network. It'll be easier to build that out with this, because I can also paint a tile map layer and I can interpret that painting.
Hi, Tweaky. How you doing?
Hey, Ziglina. Congrats. That's a great achievement. Get those ads running. All right. I think I want to do... Yeah, this is definitely gonna take me to the limit here. So what I will need, though, is I will then need... Let's forget it. Well, let's leave the tile map layer here. Gonna need a sprite 2D. Call it the backdrop. Center it. I'm probably going to use like the node-based state machine. That's really dumb, but it's really easy. I'll have to look that up later, how people do that. Using nodes as like the thing. I guess I could set up my little player character. Make a new scene. Call it Bernard. Let's get an export of our current Bernard. Probably bring it down a little here. Oh. Probably just tighten this up here. Actually, probably leave it like this for now. Should put this in the file. We should actually move this whole thing over into the file. Will I want an animated sprite 2D or will I want an animator thing? An animation player. Whatever. I don't think I care about thinking about this right now. I really want to get more of the art before I start trying to throw it all in here. I'm still not happy with these palettes. This one ended up being too much. Gora might be okay. We have some like purpley red things we can do for like berries. We have some orange stuff we could do for like a fruit tree. Got lots of greens. They're very cool. Very cool greens. But we do have a lot of browns, and that's what I'm kind of gearing towards this just because of the sheer number of browns. Comfy 52 is pretty good though. It's got a lot of greens and browns. It's also got some good kind of rock, what I would call rock colors. These greens are very bright. So what I should do is I should have like a dirt layer, and then I should have like a grass layer over it in an environment backdrop. Dirt layer, then like a grass layer, and then put like details over it. I haven't had to make something like this. I think when I paint this cottage, it'll just be a bunch of sideways running boards. It'll be like a base color and then enough boards to give it some variety, and then we'll have some kind of what do you call them? Tiled roof kind of thing. I have a lot of hard artwork to do, and I'm not convinced that I'll be able to do it on stream. I think I might need to just focus in. Let's keep palette shopping for a minute here while I think. We might end up raiding out to like Aragon or somebody. Nature. I tried nature. What if I did natural? Way fewer responses. I like this Hilda one. It's kind of gray, or it's kind of dry, but I think I don't necessarily hate that. I think I could make this one work. Yeah, maybe not. I'm gonna check it out though. Some of these are just too saturated. I'm noticing. Kind of like this Brazilian afternoon one. I don't think it'll work for us, but I like it. This Hilda one is just tempting, but it's got no grains. Comfy 52 though. Could work. I think this Gora one is way too vibrant. I think we should try Comfy 52 next. It has a lot of browns. I think I could find a nice brighter one for the bear and some darker stuff for the cabin. Why is this file in there? Oops. All right, all we got to do is rearrange this stuff, which is not that hard. Weird that we have to do this every time. It just automatically sorts it by like value or something. Kind of annoying. I don't know how I feel about these greens. I guess these greens we can use when it's in the sun, and these ones we can use in the shade. So we'll need a really strong understanding of the lighting in the scene. But I think we can do it. I think we did some good work today, though. I really like Bernard. Now I just gotta animate him. But we're just gonna do walking and picking up stuff. That's it. 4 direction. 8 animations. Doesn't have to be very smooth either. I've decided. That's all we're gonna do. So if I can sort most of the art, if I can sort most of the core art tonight, and tomorrow we can focus entirely on the mechanics. And then I think that means Sunday will ideally be just a sound day. And if there's any time left over, we'll add some variety. That is the plan. That is the plan. It is going to take a whole lot to get there. I'm not going to be able to do it all on stream. It's just too difficult. But I appreciate everyone hanging out today on this fine Friday. We'll be back at it over and over again. This is the first of 4 jam streams. The 4th one is going to be Monday after submissions, playing all the games and stuff, so that won't be any work involved, but these pinks are going to be, these little salmon colors will be great for our little fishes, maybe. Not that you'll be able to see their color. They'll probably be gray because they'll be in the water. Yeah, I think it is a good idea that we just make the background art as like a single layered piece instead of trying to mess around with an actual tile map layer. I think the scope of the game warrants something like that. I'm feeling good about this palette, though. This palette's got a lot of different options. All right, that's it. Save that. Save this somewhere. Comfy 52. right. Yeah. I think I'm going to continue my work offline here. I think we did some good stuff. I just need to take a break and then focus in on the art. It's probably not going to be very entertaining, but we'll see what I have tomorrow. I think we're going to raid Adagon. We're going to raid out to Adagon, who's done so much work to make this jam possible. Anyone else participating in the jam? Good luck. We're just getting started. To everyone else that's hung out here just to hang out, I really appreciate the support. Whether you've come in on a raid or just drifted in with the breeze, thank you. I'm hopeful that we'll make something interesting. Still not convinced it's going to be interactive in any way, but it might end up just a little diorama. But we'll do our best. But yeah. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll do another big long stream like this tomorrow. And Sunday. And Monday. So, yeah. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you have a great weekend. And I'll see y'all next time. Bye.